You may think us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk, what with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our lives.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I feel most privileged to be the first to play host to the young British folk. Over the next 5 weeks, they'll stay with several different brethren from Pennsylvania to Ohio to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. I just know we're all in for a treat. This is Middlefield, Ohio, home to 14,000 Amish folk, and our hometown. My name's Jonathan Hirschberger, and I enjoy working in the local timber trade. While my wife, Marietta, well, her job is to tend to the house, and she just loves that. It's a quiet life, but it's all going to change when 6 strange English youths arrive at our door in just a few days' time. I don't like to think about it beforehand what they might be like, because obviously they're from a whole different country. You really don't know what to expect. All we do know is that these teenagers have been handpicked to represent the best of British youth.
I want to live with the Amish because I know that they're quite minimalistic, and they don't have electricity, they don't have a lot of the things that I take for granted every day. And I want to know that, one, what I'm like, could I survive like that? And then 2, do I like surviving like that?
Oh, you can do my fake eyelashes in a minute.
Going to live with the Amish hopefully is going to help me build my confidence. I don't have anything in common, really. I suppose my life is nothing like theirs, but I'd like to be able to have that simplified lifestyle, because I think life sometimes is so complicated with all the media and pressure of looking good and stuff. I don't like that. It makes me feel really sad.
Marietta and I have lived in this house ever since we got married 6 years ago. We have always dreamed of having a family, but the Lord has not yet blessed us in this way. I don't really want a big family, but I always thought like 5 children would be nice. I always loved teaching people new things, so it would give me a chance to teach somebody. So while we wait for God to grant us our dearest wish, we'll share the values that are passed from father to son and mother to daughter with the British teenagers instead.
I guess living the Amish will be an adventure in itself. Being able to live in a society which is so kind of insular and such a archaic system, it'll be just very interesting to see and take on board, like, their way of life and how it can have an impact on me. So yeah.
I'll bring my sunglasses.
Where's my hair texturizer?
I don't actually know much about the Amish because they keep themselves to themselves, so like, not much is known.
I'm a Christian, but I'm at a stage where I'm really questioning my faith. Staying with the Amish would hopefully reinstate my faith, or maybe even, I might even change my mind completely about God, I'm Hannah.
I'm Sienna, nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Charlotte, nice to
Hello.
meet you.
Be good, okay?
I will be good. I'm happy to hear the Amish views on a lot of things, but I just don't really want to have someone preaching at me all day about the woes of my life in sin.
Well, I've got to go now.
Oh my god! It's a buggy!
Oh my god!
Look all
all the wood. Their house is so nice.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Sienna.
Okay, I'm Jonathan.
Hello, Jonathan. Nice to meet you.
I'm Marietta.
Hello, Marietta. Nice to meet you.
When they walked through the door, I seen some of them had piercings and tattoos. Generally, in our country, people that have piercings and tattoos seem kind of more wild, I guess you could say. So that made me a little bit more nervous because I didn't know what to expect out of that. I sit here and Dad sits here, so this is our house. But this week, we want you to feel that it's also your house. There's a couple things that I like to keep kind of rules. Try not to cuss.
Yeah.
If the women yell, dinner's ready, that means quit working. When we eat a meal, we say a silent grace, and then after the meal, we do the same thing, before anybody gets up. Anyway, okay. These teenagers are about to discover that every part of Amish life is governed by a set of rules called the Ordnung, laid down by the church to help us live a simple, godly life separate from the rest of the world. Everything is regulated, from how we do business to the way we date. The Ordnung helps unify us as a community. And this is most obvious in the laws relating to the way we dress. Like all Amish men, the boys will wear plain cotton shirts and unbelted trousers with no pleats or cuffs. Those will be stiff because they're not washed. To keep their pants up, they'll wear suspenders. And to complete the outfit, they'll wear a hat with a brim no wider than 3 inches.
How does it look?
Yep. The reason we have only 3 buttons like this is if we have buttons all the way down, then it's too tempting to open them up. You know, first it'll be 1 button, then it'll be 2 buttons. Pretty soon you'll have your shirt open all the way down here on a really hot day. I think it's a good thing that we dress the way we do, all on the same level. That way you don't have somebody rich wearing expensive clothes where you'd have somebody that's not rich wearing clothes that aren't of the top line.
We're about in the pool.
Hannah, Sienna, and Charlotte must also shed their inappropriate English clothes and wear simple dresses that emphasize modesty, not fashion.
I really like the colour. It's like 1950s style, kind of retro vintage.
Pretty awesome. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to remove all your jewelry because we don't wear jewelry.
Take our stuff off now.
I was wondering whether I could leave this on just because I got this done recently. No, I have to take this off again. That's fine.
As it says in Timothy 2, women should not adorn themselves with gold or pearls. Amish women hand make their dresses, and everything has to be just so. The sleeves must reach the elbow, and the hems be no higher than 6 inches from their feet.
This is so weird.
Pins are used for fastening. We have to avoid the temptation of fancy buttons.
I look like a plain Jane, but I'm not. I'm crazy Charlotte.
Amish ladies wear a bonnet. You see, the Bible tells us that a woman's head should be covered at all times, and this shows our respect to our dear Lord.
Oh my.
It looks so gross. It does not.
You look so different.
Like about 150 years ago.
I just feel like it makes it look very uninteresting, and it's the bonnet. I think I hate the bonnet the most out of everything. I hate it. It doesn't even fit right. But I don't really like the bonnet. I think that's the worst part of the whole look.
We Old Order Amish don't have electricity, as we believe it offers up the temptation of worldly goods.
Okay, I want you to give me all your electronical things.
A camera.
Camera.
My iPod.
That's interesting.
Do you want to try it out? Or?
No, no. Now, I'd heard that the English teenagers might be fond of their electrical devices, but I was unprepared for quite the amount that they brought with them.
I think I should be honest on this one and say I've got another phone.
2 phones.
Which I could have happily have just took, but I thought I should do this, to be honest.
We'll take good care of them. Our strong work ethic has kept us Amish alive in America for nearly 300 years. When you're tilling the land, growing the food you eat, and building your own home, everyone needs to know their job and do their share. So the men take on the farming, logging, and construction, while the women gather food, look after our homes, and raise our children. It's a way of life that has let our communities thrive here in America, regardless of the changes to the rest of the nation. So, for Charlotte and the other English girls, learning how the house is laid out is of vital importance.
And this is the beans that we're gonna make tonight. And this is salmon.
Is that salmon?
We're gonna make salmon patties.
How long's that been in there?
Probably 2 years.
Wow. Do you ever have takeaways? Like a Chinese takeaway or an Indian takeaway? No?
While Marietta gets the girls going on the evening meal, I get the boys out to the barn to introduce them to the other members of our family. Her name is Chippy Longstockings. For us Amish, horses are essential to our existence. We need them to work hard for us, so we make sure they're well cared for. Today my kid brother Nathan's come over to lend a hand. James. So yeah, basically, take the shovel, load the manure onto the wheelbarrow, and wheelbarrow it out.
I think we're shoveling shit, to be honest.
I've never really had to work before, so like the whole sort of getting into doing the manual stuff is quite new to me.
James, you sure you don't want to...
I'm positive.
You alright?
I've got a sensitive nose, I'm not shoveling. Wait, gee, we're in. They're giving us... I'm a college dropout. Yeah, I dropped out of college, and I'm not too sure if I'm going to go back yet. I'm quite happy to just do nothing and just sort of chill.
Was you checking out our toes or something?
I was just checking out her ass. I couldn't read or write till I was about 9. And I got caught smoking, and I got grounded for a whole month. I sat in my bedroom, sort of doing nothing. And I found a Harry Potter book. And then I taught myself how to read. In that month, I think I got through about 3 pages. I wasn't too good. It took me over a year to finish it. It wasn't because I was dyslexic or nothing, it's just I hadn't sort of been installed on me properly. I should actually start talking to you.
Is it?
You actually taught how to shit.
And you don't?
I reckon I just sort of tried a longer life. Just sort of having fun.
Okay, what we're gonna do here, James. This is barn dry. You just go along and spread it across the whole barn. James, he seems more of the reluctant one. He didn't know how to pick up a shovel, or much less how to properly handle a shovel, which is quite unheard of in the Amish community. We learn how to handle shovels quite early on in our life. Once the barn's cleaned, there's a couple tons of firewood that needs bringing in to feed the water heater. Unless the boys want to be taking cold showers, that is. And then just put in one piece at a time. There you go. As easy as that. Okay, well, I think we go out and get some more wood. Okay.
Do you dip this and that after to get the bubbles off? Ah, okay. Right. I never ever wash out.
How did you get away with not washing?
I've got away with not washing up due to the fact my parents just do it for me. They don't nag. They haven't, from an early age, they haven't told me to go and pick up a sponge and wash the plate, so I never have.
So is your sandwich nice?
Yeah. The last time I did some housework, I can't really remember, to be honest. I'm usually out doing stuff, so I don't really have time to come back and kind of do chores for Mum.
It's really bright blue. I'm quite cross with myself for not making her do anything around the house because I don't think she's really learned a very good lesson. Everything gets done for you.
I do like just sitting back and relaxing and having my mum bring cups of tea to me on tap. It's quite nice.
There. Done. Ta-da.
It's really bad saying that. I feel really horrible and like I don't help around, but I suppose it's just the way I am. So, is cooking what you mainly do around the house, or this is your main thing? So how long do you work for?
Pretty much dusk to dawn. I'm always doing something.
Don't you get bored? Don't you just want to like chill out?
No matter what we're doing, come 7 p.m., we put our tools aside and come together to eat supper. David, if you want to sit here. Tonight, our friends David and Rhoda have dropped in to say hi. I guess we'll say a quick prayer. Okay, so the way we do it, you might do it a little bit different at home, but once the food touches your plate, dig in. You do not have to wait on anybody.
At my house, you gotta eat fast because you'll get them.
That is canned hamburger and also the hobo beans. I think the reason they're called hobo beans is because they're like a bunch of stuff thrown together. Like, well, are we ready to go out?
Yeah.
Get that wood unloaded?
Actually, the washing up this time won't take long.
It's going to be hard doing washing up every day for 5 weeks. Well, you have to wash them up with the bubbles, then you have like a separate bowl to get the bubbles off, and then you have to dry it. But just got to get used to it, I suppose.
I don't really have any words to describe it as yet, because it's just unbelievably bizarre and so different. I'm trying to take it all in.
The main thing I'm feeling right now is tired. I'm not really used to this much work.
Around here, we like to get up around 5 a.m. to give us the best run of the day.
Did you get up?
Once everyone has finished their chores, I figured it's time to rig up Chippy Longstocking and give the teens their first ride in a buggy. Driving a buggy helps us to preserve our own pace of life. Moving at an average of 8 miles an hour means we rarely go far, keeping us away from those big cities and all their temptation. Our buggies come in all shapes and sizes, depending on who owns them. Like my neighbor David, who's helping me out by being a taxi service for the English today.
Usually the young people have a buggy like this.
Do you sort of upgrade your buggies very often and get new ones?
No. I'll probably have this thing the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So,
Is that because they're quite expensive?
yeah, they're very expensive.
How much is it sort of like for a buggy? This one, for example.
I gave about over 5,000 for it.
What are the things at the top?
I got lights up there.
Yeah.
And I got lights beside the buggy. Then I got 4 lights up there, they're blue.
They're blue?
Yeah.
Why do you have them? That's not a legal equipment, is it?
I think it's actually brighter. You can actually see more of the road.
So is that the only reason you have them?
I got them for that.
You didn't get them to impress girls?
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit.
It really was like going back like in time.
I didn't expect it to go that fast.
It's almost like a Land Rover, but with a horse on it instead. It goes well off-road. I'm not going to get one, but they're good.
Okay, well, are we gonna get ready to go fishing?
Yeah.
I've been fishing since I was 5, and this pond is one of my favorite places to enjoy the peace and the beauty of God's creation. Get a worm, okay. And then take your hook, okay, like that, and then you cast.
It's like £5 like per hour. It's like kind of the minimum wage. Yeah, but just because I don't really care, I just want a bit of money.
There's one thing I would like to explain to the teenagers is that when I fish, it's not as noisy. It seems to me they're concentrating more on talking amongst themselves and having fun.
Wind the bobbin up, wind the bobbin up, wind, wind, wind. Whoa. That was insane.
I think they need to quiet down and really hear the crickets and the birds and just enjoy and relax, you know. Okay, so when I come fishing, I like it quiet. So we're gonna try to be quiet for like an hour.
That's cool.
Easy.
I like setting the table. I think that's pretty exciting. Kind of.
I'll give you a worm if you whisper.
Sorry.
Can we get a drink as well?
My voice just travels. I can't do anything about it. Even my whisper's loud. Although it's nice and peaceful, I have found myself just sort of sitting there, and in my mind I'm thinking, if I was at home, I'd be doing this, I'd be doing that. I'd be on my phone and my laptop, really. I'm not really missing those things, but I just feel it's all a bit too quiet for me. The pace of life's a bit too slow.
It's a nice silence. It's like I'm sort of hearing the birds and stuff. It's sort of quite new to me. But at home, like there's always something on, more like a TV or something, more because like I was on my own a lot. Sort of a bit boring and stuff, sort of just sitting in silence. So there's always something on in the background to sort of break the silence. For the last year, I've been living in a hostel in North London. It's quite lonely. You spend a lot of time on your own. It's alright, it's alright. It's just, gets quite lonely as well. This is like where everything goes down, really. This is the kitchen and the bathroom. This is like the closest thing to cooking that I do. My mum landed in prison, and basically the steam sort of cooks it. It does the job, it fills the gap. When I was 14, my mum was arrested for arson. The charges were dropped by then. Me and my brothers didn't have nowhere to go. So I was too young to look after them and anything. And they went to live with their nan. I moved on into foster care, and from there I moved on to the hostel. Life was sort of, as I knew it, sort of just disappeared. I did actually prefer it though, living in care, to living on my own. It's more homely, like living with other people. It's all like sitting down and watching TV and stuff together, instead of like sort of like watching on your own and that.
Fish! Oh, it's a big one! Oh! After just half an hour of silence, the teens start reaping the rewards.
How big is the biggest fish you've caught down here?
Not this big.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Since they have quieted down, we have caught more fish, and I think they are relaxing and enjoying it more.
Whoa! That's amazing.
It's a small one. There's one for the men.
Oh, this is too funny. The English teenagers have only been here for a few days, but already their rooms look like a twister's gone through it. Marietta thinks it's high time that Charlotte learn the pleasures that come from the daily chores.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna do laundry today.
Okay.
Me and you. Do you want to get everything together? All your laundry?
Yeah, I will actually. What do you wash, like pants and everything?
You probably notice how clean my house is.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Just like to be organized. I do it daily, like a routine.
That's where I go wrong. I have no organisation whatsoever in my life because my mum does it all for me. So I just haven't learnt. Wow, that's pretty technical. What do you call it? A washing machine?
Now, I said we didn't use electricity, but we are allowed to run a generator to power some of our appliances. And we call this Amish electricity.
So you just pop them in?
Yeah, just pop them in.
Oh!
You like it?
Yeah, it's really funky. It's really different. You have to like do stuff to the clothes, like kind of.
No.
You just leave it.
Just like squeeze it a little bit.
When Marietta said that I was going to be doing the laundry, I was quite sceptical and I thought it would be quite a boring chore and I wouldn't really want to do it. But as soon as I started, seeing how organised she is, it was just really lovely to see that. And I know that she's done it every day for ages and ages, but she still is really enthusiastic about it.
Okay, now let's go and hang them up. Oh, I hope it dries.
Never in a million years would I have thought that I'd get so enthusiastic about washing.
No, turn it around. Yeah, like that.
It was actually really fun and really like tranquil and relaxing to just check out your washing, which is quite surreal and weird, but no, it was really lovely.
There, see, you can do it. Why did you really want to come here and see how we live? And
back at home, I find it so complicated. I feel you have to make this major effort to feel accepted in a way, and if you look better, people will appreciate you more. Sometimes I still don't feel happy when I've got all this fashion and makeup on. It's just, I feel like I have to wear it sometimes, so...
So you don't feel left out?
Yeah.
We try to not get overweight and stuff like that too, because we feel the same way. If people look at us, but we would never mock anybody or... I mean, I hope I never do that.
See, I wish our society was like that.
Even at night time, there's always something to keep us Amish men busy.
You ready to get your shoes wet? Yeah. Ooh, there's a big crayfish.
Like hunting for crayfish. They only look for food at night, so that's the best time to try and catch them.
Oh, there he goes. Hey.
Got it. I thought James might like to come and join me, as I guess he wouldn't get to do this in the city.
Ooh, quite wiggly, huh?
Yeah.
So how do you feel about Amish living now?
I think like the stuff that you do is sort of really enjoyable.
It's an adventure, huh?
Yeah, it is.
I was wondering what you do for fun, James.
What, for fun?
Yeah. You and your buddies?
A lot of the time, mostly just out, sort of, like, it sounds like we're doing nothing, but we're also just talking a lot.
Yeah.
And we're all in a sort of big group. Mm-hmm. And then if anything does decide to pop up, we'll do that.
Yeah.
To an extent, it feels quite dangerous.
Is it?
Like, we're sort of around here, you can sort of freely wander and stuff. In London, you can't really do that. Because there's sort of like a lot of youth violence, like the violence between youths.
Oh, yeah?
It's like, a lot of people see it as you're from that sort of zip code area, so that's your territory, and it can sort of kick off, which is quite scary really, in the fact that people are willing to sort of give up their lives for like over a petty thing.
I think James, he never had the privileges like some youths did. I think his feelings could be easily hurt. He just seems that type of guy. I like James a lot. He's one of those people that can hold a special place in your heart.
A turtle. I've got it.
He'll bite you. Ooh, watch it, James, watch it. He'll bite you, he'll bite you.
Yeah, he definitely bit me.
Jonathan, he's just a really, really cool guy.
Wow, see that?
I think if him and Marietta ever do have kids, I think he would be a very, very good dad. Like, he's very understanding, very patient. He's just a cool guy in general.
think we should turn him loose now? There he goes.
You might have to pull pretty hard.
Although it's customary to dress plainly, there are some occasions where something more formal is required. This afternoon, the girls are going to visit my Aunt Irma, so Marietta and Rhoda are teaching them how to make aprons and bonnet strings for their outfits.
And same time as you're moving your foot. That's awesome. Yeah!
Rhoda is hoping to get married soon, and like every Amish bride-to-be, takes pleasure from her sewing.
I've heard that some Amish women don't kiss or hold hands. There are Amish people that are like that. Yeah. One of my friends, she sees her boyfriend weekends, but there's absolutely no kissing, no holding hands, nothing like that. Do you think that's strange? For me it is, because I wouldn't be able to tell if there's a chemistry between me and Dave. And for me, I'd like to have a chemistry to be able to see if I'm going to have a good marriage or not. Like, without going too many details, like, would you make out, or would you, like, is that too over, like? No, for me and Dave, sex and all that, there's a line. I mean, we're not supposed to have sex before you get married. That's something that you want to see before your marriage. But, like, kissing, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, I usually fold a little bit down, and then I go like this. The same
one across?
Yeah.
I did expect that I'd have to do all the women's work and dress a certain way, but I think, although I expected it, it still doesn't stop it being a massive shock. Do you not ever get curious about what it would be like to just maybe step out of the box slightly?
No.
You know, you've been raised this way and that's how it is for you, but have you never wanted to play around with your hair and leave it out and do stuff with it? Not at all?
No.
I think here I feel a big chunk of me has disappeared. I think I'd go nuts if this was my life. I think it's fair to say that I'm a person who likes to be seen and heard. And I've got a lot of opinions and I dress a certain way and I kind of just do my own thing. Hi, my name's Sienna Ben Guren and I have a fashion blog and I think you look very, very stylish. And then there's my making it into journalism blog, and then I've got a third blog which is just completely full of me ranting about whatever's going on in the world, everything from politics to how much I hate my shoes that day. I originate from Sierra Leone. I was actually born there and I came over here when I was about 2. My mum, she raised 3 children completely on her own and times were really hard, so I feel everything that's happening a lot. I'm not really for this whole, like, traditional men have their place and women have their place. I think that we should be able to stand side by side and, like, achieve the same things. So, yes, I would say I'm definitely a modern lady.
Now you look like you're ready to go somewhere. Yeah.
Few things are more important to us than going and visiting friends and family. This afternoon, the girls are joining my Aunt Irma in what the ladies call a canning frolic, where women join together to make the chores more fun.
Hi, Aunt Irma. Welcome to our home.
It's fair to say Irma's not exactly a typical Amish woman. As a teenager, she left the community altogether, got married, had a bunch of kids, and spent 18 years in the other world. But eventually, she found herself drawn back to Amish life.
We're going to make pickles. I had to cut them up yesterday because I had to soak them overnight in a briny thing. And so today we're going to can the pickles.
And Irma just adds water, vinegar, sugar, and spice, and her homegrown pickles will last all winter.
And once it starts to cook, the house just smells heavenly.
How full do you want it?
All the way to the rim. I learned how to can when I was a child, helping my mother can fruit. We would sit outside and we would go and pick all the string beans and the peas. When my mom used to can with us, we got a closeness. You shared and you learned, you get this bonding that you're, I guess, like a nurturing. It's preserving your relationship and you're preserving your food. So it's so
Pretty good analogy.
Yeah. Put it in there. I grew up with 4 sisters. I think we give my mother a lot of sleepless nights, but we are very close. We can talk to Mom about anything. She's understanding, she listens. And sometimes, I know when you're a teenager, you think, oh, you have no idea what I'm talking about. They do. Some of this tree, you get the contrasting color. Find a nice one. There you go.
Oh, beautiful. I was wondering, what were the main positive things about being an Amish person did you miss, and perhaps they were the things that drew you back here? What were they?
I think that the bonding that you have, and that you know that I knew that if something happened to me, that the whole church family would be there as a group to help support me, and that meant a lot.
I think I'm struggling most really with the whole idea of being put in a box, and I do feel like a lot of my individuality has been taken away, and that's partly due to the clothes, the bonnet.
Do you know why we all dress the same? So that we're not singled out. We stand as a group. We stand as a whole. And I feel like an individual, but I'm part of the whole.
Like you said you feel like an individual, okay. I don't feel like an individual. Like, I try not to invest too much in clothes and stuff like that. You know, obviously, it's just clothes, but I feel that stuff is part of who I am.
Right.
And what makes me be who I am. So, if all of that makes sense. So, yeah,
yes, it does. That's how I get around it. For my sleepwear, I wear T-shirts and my shorts. Because that's who I am. I like to wear T-shirts and shorts. And so if I can only wear it when I go to bed, that's fine. At least I can do that.
But you're hiding it away, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah?
No. It's because it's just superficial. Trust me, I am as old as I am. It took me a long time to get to this point. It really did. It really did.
Rough journey, eh?
It was a rough journey. Yeah, look at my hair.
You could combine. I mean, I've got a bonnet on.
That's one thing we don't ever have bad hair days.
Okay, that is good. I found Irma really inspirational, and she doesn't seem to think she is, but I felt really, really good speaking to her.
I'm going to miss you girls.
No, it's so nice to see you. You really touched my heart.
One thing I really, really respect is a sense of community, and I don't think I've ever experienced that before, and I don't think I ever will.
Thank you.
Everybody's looked after, and everybody's part of this big family, and every single person is important, and I completely get why she came back to that safety, and I understand why some people don't leave that safety.
I'm so glad to meet you girls.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for coming. And helping me make pickles.
You might have noticed that we Amish men have pretty distinct haircuts. Straight all the way around the head and halfway down the ears. It's another way to help us feel that we're part of a community. As it's the teenagers' last day with us, I'd like the boys to feel like they're part of our community too. How's it looking, guys?
You look younger.
A lot younger?
Yeah, a lot better. I think it's known as a bowl haircut. Yeah, but you do it very well.
So does it look better?
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's kind of haircut. It's nice and neat. If I had long hair, I wish I could have a haircut and make it look like that.
Would you?
Please. Not sure you would. I'm not sure if I've got the right head for it. I think you've got quite a nice shaped head for that haircut. I'm not sure if wouldn't want to do it injustice. I think James, he's got.
I'll let you take my sideburns, but you're not allowed there.
In the end, the boys all decided to get in the chair. I just know they're gonna love this.
I must say, he's a very brave man.
Wow, you are looking very good. Yeah, this isn't easy. Okay, I think you're done. Here we go.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay with it?
Yeah, go for it. Okay, Must say, James, your hair looks good. I don't know if you'll agree with me or not. Hey. Does anything look different?
Yeah, the hair.
Always on it.
Can you take your hats off, please? Oh, you did it! Oh. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
But look, I think the real thing is Jonathan's had his cut.
Oh.
See?
No.
Why exactly did you get your hair cut like Jonathan's?
At the beginning of the week, I made a joke to saying that if everyone else was to get their cut, I still wouldn't get mine cut. But then, like, the week sort of went on, and I started to respect Jonathan, and, like, really grateful what he's done for us, him and Marietta also. And I thought, like, the hair to me is, like, is sort of who I am, really. It's like, I'm always known for having a long lion's mane type hair. And I thought it'd be nice to sort of pay back that respect in sort of in hair. Like, it sounds quite weird, but to sort of adopt an Amish hairstyle, I thought would be a good sign of a thank you.
Aww.
Really, and sort of to pay back for what you've done for us.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate it.
That's right, man. Don't make me do it again.
Yeah.
Just don't cry. Please don't. Oh, you don't cry. Oh. There you go. I miss you, buddy.
Life's evening sun,
Life's evening sun
is sinking low,
a
few more days,
a few more days,
and I must go,
to meet the...
Did you do it like this? And then you
I
kind
went
of
like this.
Oh, you folded it.
And then I went like that. I think Charlotte touched me the most. When I was teaching her how to clean up and do laundry and how to tidy her room, it did not bother her to do it. She was more than willing to do it. Should I show you how I do that?
Oh yeah, possibly would be quite a good idea actually. Yes.
There it is. I felt like I taught her something. And I think it won't bother her as much when she goes home not to wear makeup and go out and face people.
There are few greater signs of friendship than to invite someone to a cookout. The teenagers have become almost like family to us, so I couldn't think of a better way to mark their last night. It's been quite the week. Busy. And we had some fun too, I guess. Lots of fun, actually.
On behalf of all of us, I think I'd just like to say a huge thank you, because it's been amazing. The past week has been pretty much unbelievable for all of us, just how amazingly kind and generous and welcoming you have been.
I think on a personal level, something I've learned is just the satisfaction of hard graft.
Marietta, words can't describe really how amazing you are. And I actually came on this experience to get belief in myself, and that you've already... Oh,
not again.
You've just taught me just how to do stuff that I never thought I'd be able to do. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I would like to answer everybody's thank you, I guess, with a you're welcome. So
Man of many words.
yeah, I honestly can say that we couldn't have picked a better group of people to be with. I feel even though you are halfway across the world or wherever, if you do come to a point in your life where you might be in a bind, I do truly hope that you won't be afraid to contact us in any way. And we will try to do everything in our power to help you. Our English friends leave us today, but for them, the Amish journey is only just beginning. They're off to stay with another family, where they do things a little differently. But I know they'll do just fine, since a piece of our hearts will always be with them.
We get up quite early in the morning. We'll have breakfast at 2 a.m. I'm just kidding. Hard work is part of being Amish. I couldn't imagine not working hard. I love it.
What I'm kind of getting sick of hearing is just the Amish way. If I never see another dish again, it'll be too soon.
Keep going. It is really, really fast, the speed that it goes up. You know, you're sort of slotting things in like Jenga bricks.
That is pure teamwork.
Wow.
There are lots of Amish communities, and you can discover the differences on channel4.com/Amish, where you'll also find interviews with the teenagers. Now, from none to maybe too much, the joy of teen sex is next.
This is God's way, perfectly broken, be perfectly whole.
You could say us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk, what with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our lives.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I were most privileged to be the first to host our British friends. Over the next few weeks, they'll stay with several different brethren from Pennsylvania to Ohio to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. I just know we're all in for a treat. Ever since we Amish settled in America nearly 300 years ago, work has been at the heart of our way of life. And many of us choose to make a living working with wood. We think it's a noble craft. It helps us stay close to nature. And of course, Jesus was a carpenter.
Oh, he taught me to love him and promised to
So our 6 new English friends are going to gain some work experience with 2 families whose livelihoods are bound up with wood.
I reckon guys are going to actually work really, really hard this week.
He sleeps everywhere. It's like a sloth.
By the end of the week, they'll join us in the time-honored tradition of raising a barn. The first to put them to work are the Schleyballs, who have a family-run furniture business in Holmes County, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Eddie.
Jordan.
Jordan?
Hi.
You George?
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Yeah, we'll start with the little guys. This one's Sheila. This is Elisa. Caleb. Eric. Kevin in the red shirt. And Christine. You know, you're in an Amish home, so it's going to be different. You know, TVs, the radio's not blaring. And we get up quite early in the morning. We'll have breakfast at 2 a.m. I'm just kidding.
Why do you wear headscarves when it's usually caps or...
It's lighter and it's not as warm and it's cleans easier.
You think that works?
I think so.
Ah, cool, I like that.
They do makeovers well.
Once they've changed into our kind of clothes, they're ready for a good day's work.
Is it a male-only work environment?
Female and male.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow!
Yep. We're an equal opportunity employer, yeah.
Okay.
Don't touch anything that looks wet.
We Amish have earned a good reputation for making things with wood. And Eddie runs a busy workshop that adds the finishing touches to handcrafted Amish furniture.
Very hands-on, isn't it?
Cut it right next to the screw. That screw pops out. I don't want you like dropping them into the box because they'll scratch.
I've got a lot of respect for them for working so hard. They do work really, really hard. It's just not, you know, I like relaxing. I describe myself as lazy but motivated. If I can sit down, I'll sit down. I like sitting down. In the mornings, give me half an hour before we chit-chat.
Okay.
I live in West Sussex, along with my mum. I'm most alive at night. I like going out to meet people, and girls are sort of like a good type of people to meet. I'm at a sort of point in my life, I can either start university in September, or I can take a job, and I got offered a job in music PR. I'm not lazy in the way that, you know, I won't pull my own load. Like, if I need to do something, I do it, but I can appreciate a good lie down and a good sleep. They are hard-working people. They're very, very hard-working, very fast-paced. They are like ants. They're just constantly moving.
You can tell they haven't been born and raised on a dairy farm or in the country, but that's why they're here.
We like to stick together, so many of us run family businesses, working side by side with the people we love.
I think it's important to work together like that, to have my father and my son and my mother and my aunt working. It teaches great values to my children.
I'm opening hardware to put on those drawers. I'm going to use these right away. Okay.
Kevin's an old hand. He's 13 and been helping out in his father's workshop since he was 10.
So Kevin, do you sort of do this to earn a bit of pocket money?
Yes.
How do you balance it with school?
I do my homeschool work and then I come out to the shop and work.
With who teaches you, your mum or your sisters?
My mom.
Quite a few of us are homeschooled, and we all finish our schooling at the age of 14. We feel that by then, we've learned all we need to live a simple and modest life, and that life's most valuable lessons are best taught outside the classroom.
I was really surprised to see a 13-year-old working at all, especially working in an environment like that, to be honest, where quite a lot of physical work. Because I'm 19 and I haven't really had a proper job. Hurts me to shame a little bit, but then I also think that I don't know if someone that young should be working. At this point in time, I'm a student at Cambridge. This is Peterhouse College, my college. Oh, I want to see the Trinity Hall queue. Everyone's going to be at that. Oh, I have a radio show, Camperpen Breakthrough. Good evening, Cambridge. This summer, guys, your presenter will be going to America to live with the Amish. You know, I'm from a humble background. Times are really hard. I've made it this far, and it's through a lot of hard work. For me, I felt that university was the way. As long as you're educated really well in something, you'll be fine. I think education is a really, really powerful tool.
Yeah, hold it straight.
Hold it straight.
Yeah, put a little bit of pressure on it and hit your trays. Good.
Whoa! I'm loving it. Got to use a drill. I felt very powerful, almost manly, in fact. It's just very stimulating. It's far more stimulating than domestic chores, quite frankly. I know it needs to be done, but I'd rather be in the shop working.
Like many of us, the Schleballs are 3 generations under one roof. And tonight, the whole family have come together for a welcome cookout. We love to be with friends and family, and find time to reflect on the blessings of the day.
There probably is a good reason to get up early, even if you're not doing anything, but I'm yet to find it.
What time do you get up?
At school I get up at like 7:30, but at home I get up like
11 or 1 o'clock. How could you? That's nuts.
You should try it.
No, I have no desire to try it. If I sleep past 7, my day's wasted.
Oh, really?
Jumped.
By now, you're probably getting the idea that we like to devote ourselves to God, our families, and a life of hard work. But when it comes to work, lots of outside folk find it strange that we get started so young.
I spent some time in your shop today and I really, really enjoyed myself, but I was thinking about it afterwards and I reckon it's just because it's a novelty to me. Amish teenagers finish school really, really early.
At the age of 14.
Yeah, and I wanted to know why that is the case.
We go to school and we learn the basic skills in life. And I'm not opposed to higher education. I think it's great and I think there's a need for it. But I don't think everybody needs it.
For me, it's always been that education is the most important thing.
I think education's overrated in a sense with some people. I worked with people that went to college without direction, without a vision. And I'd ask them, why'd you go to college? And I'd hear, well, Mom and Dad paid for it. I can't support that.
I agree with you.
That's a free ride to a party.
There's nothing wrong with going to university not necessarily knowing concrete what the final outcome will be, but I think it's wrong to go if you're not bothered.
I support my children. I don't give them a lot of handouts. I want them to support themselves too.
Tomorrow morning, it's a 5 o'clock wake-up call, something stupid. A 5 anything is a number that I only want to see in the afternoon.
Good morning.
The break of day seems to be something our young British friends don't see very often.
Good morning, guys. Jordan and George.
Yeah, I'm alright.
No, you're not. You will be. Time to get up. Let's go. If you miss the early mornings, you miss the greatest part of the day. I couldn't imagine not getting up and working hard. I love it.
But before they start a long day in the factory, Eddie, as the head of the household, leads them all in prayer.
We'll have a brief devotion and then our day is rolling. The runner in an earthly race does not carry unnecessary baggage. In the spiritual race, we must get rid of excess weight that would slow us down or
Amish people love getting up early. I'm just not really an early morning sort of person. I don't actually fall asleep when I shut my eyes, I just rest them.
The Bible tells us that those who work hard will prosper and be satisfied, while the lazy will want much but get little.
My hair's gonna get all messed up.
There you go, now start.
Is this your job then? You stay?
Yeah, this is what I do all day.
Every day? You sure you don't get bored of doing it?
Well, sometimes when I can't talk to the people, I get bored, but...
Eddie's daughter Chrissy is 15 and has been working in the workshop since she left school last year.
So what sort of hours do you work?
Well, this morning I was out here at 5:15, so I'll probably work until we're done. It's probably 8 to 9 hours.
You get paid?
Yes. I save most of it, so... And it earns interest over the years.
No, I don't save money, do you?
Money just goes. Like, I don't even know where it goes. At the end of the day, it just disappears.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna do it! Oh! I got these instead of actually having a horse, which was quite annoying. I asked my mum for a horse and then Budgies turned up. Shopping is a big thing in my life. I could go shopping every day.
I love it. Oh, it goes with your shoes as well.
This one's funky. My mum and dad help out a lot because I always ask them for money, and they do give it to me because they're amazing parents.
Am I giving you the money for these?
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Bye.
It's quite a lot to spend on makeup, isn't it?
But it doesn't matter, Mum. Like, I work for that makeup, don't I?
Charlotte works part-time alongside her dad in a pub.
Flossie! Shaw! Breakfast ready?
I don't do any chores, really. I hate to admit it. I'd love to try and help my parents out because they do so much for me, literally everything. So I feel quite bad. I don't think I could work in there all the time. And they seem to work pretty hard. And it doesn't really interest me, that sort of work. I know it has to be done, but it's really not my thing being stuck inside a warehouse.
So do you have jobs back home? I don't know if you'd call it a job, but I'm a street performer, so I sing on the street and I earn money that way.
I work at a country pub, like just one evening a week. And then I'm off to university to do music theatre.
Do you guys enjoy this job?
I really like it here.
Yeah.
It took time getting used to it, but the dirty parts.
If you guys were to get married, would you have to work less or?
We would get married.
Yeah.
We'd probably just work at home, same as Cheryl.
Would you find that difficult to have to do? Like, so I know for me, I couldn't personally do it.
No, that would be okay.
Yeah, that'd be fun then, to get married and be at home with my husband, lots of kids. Not lots of them, but
yeah.
So you guys wouldn't mind at all, like just giving it all up? See, it's different. They're forced to, in a way, not be very simple. We're forced to live complex lives, and I don't think we enjoy it necessarily. And there has to be some sort of happy medium somewhere.
We don't have radios and TVs, so after a hard day's work, we enjoy the simple pleasures of a country life. With separate activities, for boys and girls, of course.
It's to retrieve if you guys hit a fish.
Every good father will teach his son how to fish.
When you see a fish, you pull your bow and you follow the fish. And you don't stop when you release. When you're following that fish, you just keep swinging.
You guys rollerblade?
Oh, you have fancy ones.
I got it for my birthday. No, just walk like you got shoes on.
I'm not sure who bought the first pair of rollerblades, but I've been told that you can go twice as fast as a horse and buggy.
Sienna?
Better not.
I'm fine there.
Yeah, don't get close to the bank, Eric. You'll scare them.
I think the water's a bit murky at the moment.
You see it? I still see it. We've got a tough night.
As well as helping out at home, once they're earning a wage, we expect our children to contribute to the family income.
A lot of Amish children, as they start working, they get 10% of their paycheck, so the 90% would go to their parents.
Really? What sort of rate does Chrissy get?
She gets $1 an hour. For every hour she works, she gets $1. What would you think about that? I mean, if you get $1 an hour, you'd be cheated, right?
I thought Chrissy would get more than that, actually, due to the fact that the hours that she does. I don't think I could work for that amount of money, to be honest.
What do young adults do with their paycheck?
I tend to, as soon as I get my wages, spend it on unnecessary things, really, like clothes and makeup. I don't contribute to food or anything either.
You just get a free ride, huh?
Yeah, basically. You have it easy. It hadn't crossed my mind that I should pay for my living. I've never given it a thought at all. I've always, been there and haven't had to pay any money towards the cost of living. So no thoughts of that have come into my mind at all.
As I was growing up, I didn't get a paycheck on a regular basis. My dad wasn't wealthy, and we had lots of children, like 12 children, and he needed our paycheck. So, hard work never killed anybody. It's good for him. It's good for the soul and the mentality for someone.
I feel selfish, personally, for the fact that my mum and dad do pay a lot for me. I'm 18 years of age now, and perhaps I should be supporting myself a little bit more.
Our work ethics have built a strong community and strong businesses. We may not be the smartest people in the world, but we do have good work ethics and good moral values.
Yeah, we're heading off to our new family today. Eddie said it would be exciting. Thank you very much for having me.
I spoke to Eddie specifically about education, and he was only educated up to age 14. I can't imagine leaving school so early. Not sure what I would take with me really, but I don't think Eddie is any less of a success because of that.
The teens understand discipline and hard work. Maybe a bit different from what we understand it, but growing up with it, I guess we don't think of it as discipline and hard work. It's our way of life.
Our 6 British guests are on their way to family in Coshocton County, where they're in for a real treat. We Amish do like to help our neighbor. So when someone needs a new barn, we all pull together. We call it a barn raising, and it's one of our most cherished events.
Hi, and welcome to the Miller Farm. Okay, I'm Aaron.
I'm Hannah.
Hi, this is my lovely wife, Irene.
In 3 days' time, the Millers will raise a new barn with the help of the local community, and our 6 British friends are here to lend a hand.
The boys will be helping put together this barn with big white oak timbers.
What do the girls do as part of this?
Cooking, baking, making dinner rolls, bread, whatever's there to do in the kitchen.
She's beautiful. It seems that I'm going to spend most of my time indoors in the kitchen. Kitchen's probably my least favourite room in the whole house. That's the only thing I'm a bit disappointed about, but Irene seems lovely.
Nice to meet you, George.
Hi, George.
George, nice to meet you.
James.
James.
So this is where it all happens.
Aaron's brother Johnny runs a timber workshop, where they're crafting the huge oak joist for the barn. Mastering the skills to work timber this way can take a lifetime, and we like to hand this knowledge down from generation to generation.
This is Andrew, father. He's 73, works every day. And this is Andrew, my second son. He just graduated this spring.
Jordan, George, and James are put to work chiseling the joints of the oak beams, which have to fit together just right.
Andrew made it look pretty easy.
Andrew made it very easy.
That's a classic kind of misconception.
And if it just comes up till you're chiseling, I think maybe you guys should come work for us.
In the kitchen, Irene is showing Charlotte, Hannah, and Sienna the important part the ladies play in a barn raise.
Cups of the other flour that we have. This here means pounds.
I'm really excited about Friday, actually. Well, so you'd have 80 people just outside your house?
That's including everybody. The women, children, and everybody.
How many?
As far as just men, it's going to be a good 40.
Do women ever help?
No, women do not help with the barn raising. They help by preparing the food.
Something I haven't quite got my head around, really. How comes you are so comfortable doing all the domestic work?
Probably because it goes down to generation.
Mm-hmm.
But in Titus 2 in the Bible, it says the role of a woman is supposed to be the keeper of the home.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to be the weaker vessel.
For me, I think God created us equally. He made us very different, but also with similar strengths. And I don't think that because we're women, we should necessarily, because we have children, necessarily be put into one box and said, this you have to do this and men have to do that. Eve was created as a helper for Adam, but not as a servant or a slave or something like that who should stay at home. She had her own opinions. I'm from Hackney in East London. I live with my mum, my dad, and my little sister and my brother. I've always been brought up as a Baptist Christian. I have friends who are Muslim and friends who are atheists, and I have arguments about Christianity and religion and stuff. I enjoy it because you get to learn about the world in different ways, but it also makes me question a lot about my faith. Recently, I've got into politics and feminism. 100 years ago, it would have been illegal for a woman to come out and protest, so to use those rights is very important.
I know many Christians, I would say Hannah is one of them. You read the text and you understand that what's being said, they are rules to live by, but at the same time, it's not changing the Bible, it's simply adapting some things that maybe just can't work as easily in the modern day because it was written over 2,000 years ago, so...
I think that to take the Bible completely literally is wrong because of the time it was written in.
We can't change the Bible, any text of it. The Bible is never going to change. Excuse me, but I think the cake is done.
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna get the cake. It seems to me that Hannah especially, she thinks we're just in a box, and really we aren't. I would love to help her, show her that being at home, being a homemaker, having a family, that's really part of our joy.
I'm like a ninja potato peeler.
You're just going crazy with the peeler. Basically, we're just here to feed the men. That's it.
I can see it. I can see where they're coming from.
No, I can see it too, but I honestly do not agree with it at all.
Some respects I do, some respects I don't. But they're very respectable people, they admire their homes and their lifestyle.
My Amish man said to me, peel your potatoes, do all the work, because I'm gonna bring home the bacon.
The bacon!
As the good book says, whatever you do, you must work at it with all your heart.
Awesome.
I think Amish goes hand in hand with carpentry. What do you think sort of makes a difference between something sort of that you would make or sort of something from IKEA?
The way we look at it is everything we do, we should do in the honor and the glory of God. I think having a clear-cut purpose, you're motivated to do things the best you can. We think part of our work is part of our mission here.
Is that the same with sort of like when you make dinner or sort of?
Correct.
So it's almost everything you do should always be to the best of your ability.
Correct.
The Bible tells us, do all in the name of the Lord. So whether we're working the land, harvesting produce, or setting the table for new friends, we always take a few moments to remember all we have to be thankful for.
Hi, boys.
Hi, guys.
Hi. We feel blessed to have you here. It's something new for us, and so we'll treasure this for years to come. So we'll pause for a word of prayer. Amen.
We don't have these things as well, I
I remember well, a tornado went through back in 1985, I believe, 1 mile north of where I grew up. And it totally flattened the huge barn, my aunt and their farm. And the day of their raising, it was a huge barn they put up. And there was probably, I'm guessing, 300 people there to help.
How long did they last?
If it is being built right, it should last for 1,000 years. Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing.
It is.
I think I got a bit carried away a little bit with my conversation, but I think that there's nothing wrong in debating. That way you learn more. And I came here to listen. I think their views on the Bible and Christianity are very different and also very similar to mine. So it's quite interesting to discover the differences and talk about them.
I don't think we've got up later than 6 a.m. any time this week, so I am tired, yeah. But I am quite oddly almost getting into the routine of waking up stupidly early, so I am finding it easier and easier every day.
Well, boys, 6 o'clock. Time to get up.
Time to get up, girls.
Okay.
The barn raising is tomorrow, so the oak timbers are being brought over from the workshop.
We're just going to assemble everything on the ground so it'll be ready to bring it up and erect.
Okay.
That's what it is.
We mark all the timbers either with a number or a letter, and they all have their certain place. But to set up the timbers, we'll do it by hand.
It's a bit like when at home you get like a gazebo and you've got to put A1 into B4.
You want to stand there?
Celery, potatoes.
The English girls are helping the women in the kitchen. There'll be 80 mouths to feed, so there's still a lot of work to be done. And God loves a cheerful giver.
If I never see another dish again, it'll be too soon. It's just taken for granted that because I'm a woman, I'm perfectly happy to cook, clean, and wash up dishes.
At times like these, it's a blessing to see all the women pull together.
Girls, I would like to introduce you to my first cousin, Leah Miller.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Charlotte. Sorry, Hannah.
What was your name? Hannah? Hi, Hannah. It looks like you're busy doing dishes.
Yes. I would say doing dishes is probably the least interesting part of my experience.
I quite enjoy doing dishes. I used to hate it when I was younger, but I like it. It's like you're doing something, you're making a difference.
I could never be a housewife because it's boring, quite frankly. I think we stereotype genders far too much. For me, women and men are quite equal, I suppose. It does kind of feel like you're restricted to the home. Women aren't so sort of equal to men.
Well, I think definitely the woman, you know, the house is her domain where she's kind of the queen. I find a lot of joy in serving and realizing I can be of help of anyone around me.
I don't mind cooking, but it's something that
You don't really enjoy?
Like, I'll do it maybe once in a while, and then it's fun. I don't do it every day. It becomes a chore, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's probably where love comes in, don't you? Love, like love for your family. I mean, we were created to be submissive, and there's a great blessing in that.
You know, I'm quite headstrong. Me and my boyfriend, for instance, no one wears the trousers. But I just don't like the idea that you have to submit to the man.
And I just think guys are more capable, I guess.
Really?
I kind of think so. I mean, they think of life in a different way.
I can sense anger off of both the girls, really. It's kind of this angry vibe that we're kind of trapped in this paralysis of working as a woman, not being able to adventure out and kind of get stuck into the man role. Maybe I'm being a bit more submissive and taking on the woman gender role a bit more. You know, you're admired for making dinner and cooking a good meal and making things clean, and you know, women like to feel that they're making things nice, and I think it's just quite respectful. I feel quite respected.
Hannah, would you want to sign a pin?
Yeah.
It's a Miller family tradition to sign the hickory pins that hold the timbers together. So the girls take a break from their valuable work in the kitchen.
See, Anna and Charlotte, you want to sign a pin?
Yeah. You can put love hearts there. Love is from England. That's fun, isn't that lovely?
Not really moving. Does it normally take this long?
I'm just going to bang my peg because it's the only thing I've got.
Doing good. Great. I'd say if you go another inch, it would go easier.
I'm really weak.
This is the hard one. One of the stubborn ones.
For us, it's simple. The man is the head of the household, and the woman's role is to support him. We just follow what it says in the Bible. And there sure is wisdom to be found in God's Word.
I was thinking about our conversation this morning, and I thought it would be really interesting to read over the scripture in Ephesians here.
Yeah.
Which you probably are familiar with if you read your Bible a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't read it as often as I should, I guess.
It says, wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church. And then, down below where it explains it, it says, it does not mean becoming a doormat, which I guess you kind of feel that we might be doormats or restricted or whatever. We feel kind of like it has to be a mutual submission to each other.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I don't think that a woman should stay at home and have to do domestic work all the time, but
And I understand that. Yeah. That's the way you decide you want to live your life. I mean, you have that choice.
There are certain points that I still don't agree with them, but I think we understand each other a bit more. I get her point of view and she gets mine, and where maybe my liberal views on the Bible are not the same as hers, we've got a middle ground, and the middle ground is, we both believe in a God that loves us. I've always been a Christian. I've been brought up in a Christian home, and I guess I've been through all the doubts, I suppose, I so want God to be there. In my heart of hearts I know He's there, but because I don't feel Him and I don't see Him, I don't know, how do you guys deal with doubt, I suppose? Because you must doubt it.
Are you saying you find it hard to understand how we can say God is loving if, somebody gets killed or somebody dies?
Or just, whatever. I want God to be there, really badly, but...
Does it feel like that's far away sometimes? Yeah, I understand that.
I don't want to cry.
When, the worst of that trial passes, you look back and you can tell that God was close.
Yeah.
God's way of shaping and molding us to become stronger and having a greater faith in Him.
They do have the strength that no one else has. They have something that is precious and, something that perhaps in, our society we don't value.
When Simon Peter walked abreast, putting his faith unto the test, he said, Master...
Every day for the Millers starts with singing and devotions. But today there's something extra special to be thankful for. There's going to be a barn raising.
Whenever you've waded out too far and water's too deep, remember when waves are over your head, they're under His feet.
Yeah, it's like 6:15 a.m. and so there's a number of people here already.
We want to get the potatoes over, get them starting cooking so we can mash them maybe 10 o'clock even and just keep them warm. Then we, after we have everything done, we're free to go outside and watch.
So we're aiming to work as quickly as possible?
Yes, thank you.
A group of men, 40 strong, will raise the barn by hand. Friends and neighbors working side by side.
There's a lot more people arriving. Oh, this is exciting now.
This is just how our forefathers would have done it hundreds of years ago.
I can feel the tension.
Good tension then.
Yeah.
It's adrenaline.
I'm gonna build a barn.
How do you say it in an English accent?
Barn.
Barn raising.
Barn raising.
I don't want to miss out. I was chopping at the bits. Let's go. Chop.
Why don't everybody just pause in silence? All right. Just don't go real fast. Just go up slow. And listen for the time when I say grab your spike folds. Everybody confident? Ready? Just go slow. Here we go. Come on up. All up. Spike pole. Push. All up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Whee! Wow.
All up. Easy. Easy. All up. All up. Whoa. Great team.
That is pure teamwork.
Yeah, it's good.
It's really nice to see all the men like working together. It's good.
There are 4 frames to raise in all, and the men mustn't rest until each is up and securely held in place.
Are you ready? Go up slow. Here we go. On up. Spike hold. On. On up. On up. On up. Okay.
That is amazing. I can't believe this. Okay, girls, I think we're gonna go in and finish the dishes and get the noon meal started.
Yeah, I think they deserve it now I've seen this.
Excuse me, is the calendar on the rack? Actually, we're gonna use it again.
No barn raising is complete without a noon feast.
It's the day that everybody's gonna be here and we're gonna, this is now happening. I love it.
There'll be meatloaf with gravy, 20 different pies, and lots of mashed potatoes.
It's going to take a while to look like that.
Ooh, take some muscles.
Oh, another one. Irene, you're missing out.
Each A-frame weighs 4 tons, so the men need all their muscle to heave them into place.
Keep going.
It's been amazing. One of the best experiences of the trip. Like every man's kind of effort counts, I think.
What do you enjoy about it?
I know. It's
Like,
I quite like the hard work.
yeah?
It's quite good.
Only when the cross beams are secured in place
That's fine.
will the structure be strong and true.
What's going on?
I think it's going really, really well. It's just a quick build. It's meant to be back to basics and sort of slotting things in like Jenga bricks. The pockets we made yesterday, all 3 of them fit perfectly, so I think we're all quite happy about that.
Okay.
But things don't always go quite to plan.
Take yours down.
Yep, we'll have to take it down. 4 inches or less. We'll give it another try.
The cinnamon buns will be out.
She'll be fine.
Once that's done, these potatoes are ready too.
Yeah! Awesome!
To have women here is definitely a good feeling for myself. Not necessarily helping with the food, but just being here and just among everybody else, it just makes me feel more comfortable.
And this community are like chipping in, and you can see the barn raising and the sun is shining. It's just really lovely. I feel part of the family at the moment, which is really nice. I feel accepted, so it's just really nice.
In just 6 hours, the men have managed to put up all the timbers. So it's time for a well-earned break.
We'd like to take this opportunity and this time at the noon hour to express our gratitude to everyone for the help we've had this forenoon. We don't feel worthy of all. Thank our friends from England. I thought maybe at this time we'll pray.
There's not much that beats working with our brethren on a task that helps bind the community together, but a bit of fine cooking goes a long way.
If you wanted to together in your house, you could move
To build this barn, you know, it just goes on from one generation to the next.
All the women seem to love to cook and bake.
When we just live for ourselves, we don't have that connection. But when we live for each other, we have that connection. And it's just such a satisfying feeling.
It's a day to celebrate all that we have, but the men's work isn't done yet. And the women's work doesn't finish until the last dish is washed.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved.
The barn stands as a solid reminder of what can be achieved if we all stand together.
It just reminds us what we really have in the Amish community as far as being able to really depend on each other and come together and help each other out.
After a week working with wood, we hope our teenage guests have learned something about our Amish way of life.
It is really, really unique. I think in England there'd be a sense of cynicism, if it was even possible, which I really do doubt, just to get 40 people to your house to do something for free. The reason you would be doing it is because you want something in return. The way it is here is they don't do it for that. They want the sense of self-satisfaction that they've helped someone, and I think that's really, really amazing. That's all they need. I think it really is amazing and really spectacular and quite inspiring.
I thought about myself and how I felt, became a little bit less selfish, I think, and was genuinely just really proud of the three boys that they got the opportunity to do something like that, and they got a chance to build something that will be here for a really long time.
Wow.
Yeah, I felt quite humbled by that.
The barn raising has really, heightened my emotions to the very max. Being surrounded by the Amish people and seeing how content and happy they are in their society, it gave me hope to believe in something. Kind of spark went off in my mind. That's something that perhaps I'd like to do, to just have that, comforting. It is comforting to have someone there, God, to speak to.
Kids I've met seem really happy and really content with their lives, and happiness is the most important thing, I would definitely say. But if I had my way, I think I'd show them what else is out there, and then see what they choose. And I would hope they would maybe choose their communities, but I think it would just be really important that they would know that there was another way.
Whoa. There's 12,500 in each house.
Everything I knew it would be. It's disgusting, it's horrible, and it stinks.
I can see my girlfriend more clearly in a hands-off relationship.
I'm not saying that a handshake is wrong, but touch arouses.
Our car just screwed on me and Jordan. Not too happy about it.
For us to say there's no God, we might as well say there's no gravity. I mean...
2 million families on the UK housing list, and there are 1 million empty homes in Britain. George Clark and the Great British Property Scandal, Monday at 9 here on 4.
Perfectly broken, this is God's plan. Perfectly broken, be perfectly whole.
You could say us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk. What with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our lives.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I were most privileged to be the first to host our British friends. Over the next few weeks, they'll stay with several different brethren from Pennsylvania to Ohio. to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. I just know we're all in for a treat. So far, our intrepid teenagers have learned to live the simple life
It really was like going back in time.
and helped raise a barn. This week, they're on their way to Berlin, Ohio to go farming with some of the hardest working Amish people around. The boys will be staying with Lloyd Miller and his family.
Hi, James, Lloyd.
They run a dairy farm with 100 cows and work 15 hours a day, 6 days a week.
You guys are loaded to stay here for a month instead of a week. Okay, well, listen, it is a little rain. Let's go inside. We'll just have a sit down and we'll get to know each other, okay?
The Millers are what we call New Order Amish. Don't be tricked into thinking they're modern folk, though, as they're much like the rest of us. They love God, live plain, and dress plain. Although you'll find a little less facial hair around here.
Just don't be, just relax, okay? We don't bite, we don't bark, and we are a dairy farm. We milk cows for a living. We run it as a family operation. We don't have any hired help, and we always get up on time, okay? You didn't get enough sleep last night, I can see that. We do get to bed real early. We never sleep late. Milking happens twice a day. Everybody pitches in and helps. So James, what are those?
Headphones. No, they're from my iPod.
What?
iPod, like.
iPod?
Yeah.
Do you carry with you all the time in London?
Yeah. So we play music on.
So we just leave that in the room there?
It's going to be quite unusual for me to have it away from me.
Oh, yeah? So I'm not trying to intimidate you. I want to be your friend, okay? We just, we don't want any of that.
Living under Lloyd's roof this week means living by his rules. Don't think our English girls will have it easy this week. They'll be working hard on a farm with slightly different animals.
I think this one is a poultry farm, so I just saw it all the time. They're going to make us kill chickens, aren't they?
Oh.
They'll be the guests of Nathan Mast and his soon-to-be extended family.
This is my wife, Anna, and this is Rhoda, my only daughter. I have 5 sons, and Rachel here, which is my oldest son, Josiah's girlfriend. And they're planning on getting married.
So soon we'll have 2 daughters. It's a lovely farm.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. It's back in. It's a lot of privacy. As far as behavior, I would just say we just ask that you dress modestly, and we'd much rather hear you sing or whistle than cuss. So. We hope you enjoy your stay here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So you guys familiar with milking cows and
I've never done it.
Never done it.
Milking cows and mucking out barns takes up most of the day. So 3 fresh-faced, hard-working Englishmen are like manna from heaven for Lloyd.
This is a milking unit, and you just put it on right between their hind legs. And right now we're doing 70 cows, and time is important to me. We need to get the job done. So we'll get you to sweat a little bit. The Bible says the sweat of your brow, you're going to feed your family. I believe that. I think that's good for everybody, and I think we should sweat and know what it is to sleep good at night because you've worked hard, and that's a good feeling. So you guys didn't necessarily grow up with any livestock?
I sort of mainly grew up in the countryside, so I was near cows and stuff, but not to such an intimate level like this.
So is this something you look forward to, or is it like, oh, I don't even want to go there?
Still trying to adapt to it, really.
Okay.
It's still quite shocked to be sort of being out there, sort of doing stuff like this. My religion is to do whatever I want. I've never worked in my life. Because I don't particularly enjoy it. I live on my own. My dad's in the army, so from like 6 to I was about 15, I hadn't really spoke to him. My mum's more sort of, I don't know, like, sort of we only really speak if we need to speak. I quite like it because it gives me a lot of freedom.
Do you live with your parents, or where do you guys live?
I live on my own. I've been living since 16.
You lived on your own since you were 16?
Yeah. But we have these things called hostels. That's more because I was in care up until 16. So from 16 you get moved on.
Okay.
I didn't actually want to go into one, but the social services decided it was best. So I have to sort of follow.
Okay. Well, I don't know of any single case of that type of scenario among the Amish culture. I don't mean that to sound we've got this thing together, because there's other issues that crop up. You know, I have a heart for James to the point that, you know, I would like to sit down with him and just try to be there, because I think he needs somebody.
Check out the number, Joe.
Farming provides not just food, but work for our families too. Lloyd's eldest son, Jamin, works away from the dairy farm, leaving 14-year-old Gerald and his younger brother and sisters to help out.
So he grabs the iron and she records it. This is my secretary. It's a pretty important job. If she messes up, the whole thing is junk. We need to start over.
Push it down and scoop some up, and then just like George is doing, you can just kind of spread it out. So you guys, do you have any chores or any responsibilities like this?
We've got a dog. I try and take him on walks and if needed, but I guess that's quite small in comparison to sort of 19 cows.
What about you, James?
No, I don't really have any chores. I have no set chores of my parents or anything like that.
I can imagine.
Being an outsider and sort of never having to do any of this, I'd sort of judge it as quite bad. But obviously, their dad Lloyd seems to think it's a good idea.
We'll get up early, we'll do the chores and spend some time together. I hope they can benefit, that's the main thing. I don't want this experience to be empty. I want it to really carry some weight. It makes an impact.
Like most Amish farmers, the Mass family grow crops and rear chickens to help feed themselves and their community. But there's one big difference in the way things are run around here. The ladies work on the farms too.
I do laundry and breakfast, and then I come out to the chicken house.
Ah, so you're in charge of the chickens then?
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why, but I do.
A righteous person cares for the needs of their animals. So even the chickens get homes around here. And this is where the girls will be working.
It's going to smell a little bit and it's a little noisy, but they will absolutely not hurt you.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, that really does smell, doesn't it?
Is it too strong for you?
A bit strong. Wow. How many is there again?
There's 12,500 in each house.
Ooh, and how many houses do you have?
2.
Why can't you keep them outside in a field or something? Is it just because you can't, feed them?
Yeah, and somehow I'd have to get them in during the night because of the rodents and things that would get after them and kill them. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir, can I get some air, please?
Yeah, you can go up.
It's everything I knew it would be. It's disgusting, it's horrible, pretty inhumane, really.
It was overwhelming for them, but I don't really know why. I think that the birds, they're comfortable out there.
That's why I'm vegetarian. I am bold, loud, and I sort of, whenever and wherever possible, followed my own path. I originate from Sierra Leone. I'm from a humble background. I'm a student at Cambridge, and I've got a lot of opinions, and I think it's really important, especially for young people like me, to do something that will make a change for somebody.
Students and workers, unite and fight!
I've always had a revolutionary spirit. I think it is really important for people to believe in something enough to fight for it.
Unfortunately, that's how we get chickens. It's a bit weird, isn't it, seeing it for real? Like, you wouldn't imagine. You don't think about it.
I have to dig deep into my soul.
Do you think they're planning to escape?
No, I'm being serious. I can see this is going to probably traumatise me.
Okay. Your top and bottom is the same, right? Yeah. Okay.
When they're not working, Amish ladies love nothing more than to weave a quilt. It's a chance for them to be together and share in the word of the Lord. This morning, Lloyd's wife Edna has invited Hannah, Charlotte, and Sienna to join them.
Hello! Wow. This is called a comforter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the comfort goes for a charity purpose, like send it overseas to a poor country, like Haiti or Romania, people that can't afford to buy their own. Would you do something like this for charity at home in your country?
The only charity stuff I do is if I'm sorting my clothes out, I bung my clothes in a charity bag and take it to the charity shop. Yeah.
Without holy deeds to help us focus on a godly life, anyone can stray from God's path.
I'm kind of bored of the way I live at the moment. It's kind of very samey and repetitive. Maybe there is something missing, going out all the time and partying and being out with friends, it takes up my time, and I want time to spend on something that I can really hold on to. I have a sort of emptiness inside me, which I can't describe. I don't know what I believe in and what I don't with religion, really. I don't have any strong connections with it. I don't go to church or anything. I feel like something's nagging inside me that I need to find out, but I'm not sure quite what it is. I've kind of made a little decision that perhaps I would like to believe in, Christianity, believe in God, because obviously it's a very strong foundation for you and you're very passionate about it, and that's really interesting.
That makes my hair stand on end when you say that. I was really excited. Yeah, I just love to hear that. It's exciting.
To us, that makes it worthwhile having you come here.
That's our ultimate goal.
Oh, that's lovely. I don't really know how to start believing.
I think it starts with like an interest. It takes time to make a relationship. Personally, like I will talk to God like I'm talking to my friend. I don't pray. I say, hello God. Today's been awful. And I say, and I just talk to him.
You can feel it in here.
Well, I agree with what you said about if you believe, then you'll feel something, right? And I don't feel anything.
So what do you think will happen when you die?
I'll go back to the earth like I started.
So you think you're gonna...
I just know that my body will decompose.
Like you said, the body goes back to earth, but it was created.
Yeah.
Your soul goes to wherever you chose. You can send it to heaven, you can send it to hell. According to the Bible, there's just no hope for the lost. I hate to say it. According to my Bible, it's eternal damnation. I still want to be your friend. I still love you, I still like you. But it's been good discussing this.
Yeah.
I'm surprised people don't believe. Especially growing up the way we did with nature out in the country. For us to say there's no God, we might as well say there's no gravity.
Charlotte's searching, and she's so hungry for this, and Sienna's trying to push it off. It's kind of a mystery to me.
I liked how much passion they have for their religion and God in Christianity.
I want to know sort of where this longing for faith kind of came from, really, because it's all just come from almost out of nowhere along the way in this trip. So I was wondering where it came from, really.
Yeah. I think it's kind of started with the whole belief thing, not believing myself. It's an empty feeling, I don't have any beliefs, so perhaps that would fill my emptiness and my doubt. And I'm willing, if they are that passionate about it, I'd like to be that passionate about it and go on a journey.
It would be incredible if you were to become a Christian, for me. I think that you need to really look within yourself and see, well, do I want to believe in a God that, that died for me? Do you think that is? Yeah, I mean that's an incredible thing to do, but do you think that that's even possible? You know? The fact that Charlotte wants to believe in Christianity is really wonderful, but I also think that perhaps she doesn't know enough about, you know, why she wants to believe Christianity. I think she needs to be in it for more than just the fact that she wants to feel a bit more confident in herself.
Okay. So today was a very, very deep day. I think the key word was challenge. I was challenged quite a lot today, and I challenged people quite a lot today.
Days start early for us Amish, but days for the Amish dairy farmer, well, they start even earlier.
Boys, hey, let's spill milk, okay? Okay? When I wake my family up, they hit the ground running. We'll be out in the barn, you know, in 5 minutes. Hey, Jordan. Hi. Are you guys coming? Yeah. George, are you coming? Hey, morning. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Dairy farming is exhausting, even if being part of the new order means you get to use electricity.
You know, when we milk together, we have a chance to communicate. It's a good time to kind of reflect, and it's a very comfortable place to be.
Have you seen the size of these others?
Yeah, I think it's going well. How are you doing, James?
I'm doing alright, actually. I ain't started yet, so.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of just sort of food on me and Jordan, really, so. But not too happy about it.
I think the whole kind of process is a bit foreign to me, so finding it a little bit strange at the moment.
Bring it over, put it on this one, push the button in, there you go, look at that. Squeeze it a little bit, it puts out more of the stuff. You might end up getting a little dirty hands, that's alright.
Dirty jobs is a fun job, man.
Yep.
It's good for your skin.
It's good for your skin, yep. In another about two milkings, we're going to take a vacation and you guys are going to take care of it, okay?
We're going to get paid.
Paid?
Yeah.
Who's going to feed you?
I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Everybody wants to be paid. How do you know?
We've got to get paid.
We Amish believe that we hold dominion over all God's creatures.
Increasing the water supply. I hope I'm doing it right, though.
It seems that Charlotte's the only English girl who agrees.
She's doing wonderful. She would make a good farm girl. I think they enjoy their life as well as they can, because a chicken does not have the mentality to enjoy life like we do, you know. All they know is eat and drink. Even if they would be on the outside, that's all they would do.
Anna explained really well how they're brought up and how well they're looked after. They do have a very good life, and you can see that. They have loads of space, loads of food and fresh water. So all in all, it's been a really good morning.
It's not just animals that we Amish care for. We like to keep our guests happy too. And there are few things worse than an upset visitor.
So what did you think about the chicken operation?
It's massively uncomfortable, to be honest.
We try to be very careful that they always have water and food, so they're comfortable, yeah, but they do have a short life.
Yeah. It raised a lot of questions for me, really, to be honest, and kind of confirmed a few of my beliefs. To me, they seem like a commodity. So I was just wondering sort of how you look at them.
I don't know if anybody has a chicken for a pet. It's just, you know, you just, like a cat will come up to you, but a chicken runs away from you. They won't be your friend.
I know, I just don't feel like they should be commodities, quite frankly.
we will probably not agree on the chickens, but we don't have to be disagreeable about it, you know. I decided that I would try to be extra kind to her and, you know, to not let it bother me because she is my guest.
Respect and togetherness come high up on our list of Amish priorities. It's the same when it comes to dating.
Well, just grab a seat somewhere and make yourself at home.
Oh, make myself at home.
Once two people start going out, they're expected.
How come you were so keen to make sure that that was your thing and you wanted to do everything yourself?
I have always enjoyed a challenge. Now, when I go to the chicken house, I make my own decision as what I want to do.
At some points in this journey, I found that some Amish women seem to almost depend solely on their husbands. Through your business, you show that you're just as capable as your husband. I think it's quite easy to be on the moral high ground, isn't it, until you try to see it from someone else's perspective. So I think that's one thing. Yeah. Sometimes you can be just so full of your own views that it's really hard to see it from someone else's side, especially when it's so radically different from anything you would have ever thought of.
You may have noticed that we quite like the Bible. Its teachings keep us on God's path. Sharing in those teachings is a privilege that we seldom offer to an outsider.
I brought you all a Bible, and it says GPS. Now, we all use a GPS to find what?
Your way around.
Your way around. So this is the GPS.
Thank you.
Shows you the way to get to heaven. And hope you enjoy Bible study. This is something that happens in our community for the young folks.
These Bible study evenings allow young Amish men and women to get closer to each other and to God.
Welcome to our Bible study tonight.
All my giants of fear and unbelief, God is bigger than any mountain that I cannot see.
And we hear the term world peace all the time. You know, what would it take? I think the answer is right here, where it says we are to live humbly and not to think that, hey, I'm better than you, but realize that we're all human beings, we're all on the same level. That reminded me of a former president, John Kennedy, who once made this famous remark, ask not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. And this evening, I'd just like to take one step further. Ask not what others can do for you, but look what you can do for others.
It's quite interesting to see that their idea of a fun night out is to sort of sit on a porch and read the Bible and sing together. I think it was nice though. I think it's nice that they can sort of all come together. I guess it's a lot cheaper than sort of a night out in London.
I just want to appreciate our thanks for being part of this evening. I think it's been tremendous. So wishing every one of you guys blessing.
Okay, thank you for coming, everyone.
How did you like the Bible study today?
Oh, I loved it. I loved, everyone getting together. And I kind of just sat back and listened, and what was said was really interesting and really inspiring as well. Really nice to see you guys get together and just the Amish way of life, really. So, yeah, it was lovely. Thank you very much. Good.
Most days in our Amish communities are taken up by hard work. But every now and again, we, like Josiah and his brother James, take the chance to relax and unwind by enjoying nature.
Well, it's a nice day.
Good day for swimming. Looks like it.
You got frogs in here, tadpoles, you got wildlife in here. So why don't we change and go swim?
Yep.
The water's alright, it's a bit chilly, but it's warmer than it would be if you were jumping into a pond at home. I also don't know of any ponds at home I'd actually jump into it. Unless I want sort of rabies or feces in my eyes.
It's a bit like the Lido in Happy Teeth, just a lot colder.
The Lido is still it's still a swimming pool. This is really sort of like one with nature.
There's more girls at Lido. Lovely girls at Lido.
Do you think this would be better if this had more girls?
Definitely.
It's pretty obvious, I guess, that girls and boys don't mix too much around here. We try to keep ourselves as far from temptation as we can.
I've heard you're getting married.
Yes, you heard right.
How long have you been together?
About 10 months.
10 months.
And I can honestly say I've never touched her on purpose.
Do you literally mean actually physically touch, as in
Physically touch.
as in almost sort of fingertips touching?
I've never intentionally touched her. I think I can honestly say I can see my girlfriend more clearly in a hands-off relationship, and if you would not have a hands-off relationship. Rather strange, different.
Yeah, that was I had an idea that you had a no hands-on relationship. In my mind, I assumed you meant sort of sexually. So I mean, like a hug, even a handshake is too far.
Yeah, a handshake is too far. Any touch will arouse a guy. It will lead you to somewhere you don't want to be. And yes, it's hard, but on the other hand, I can see the benefits. If you can love a girl without touching her, without having a sexual relationship with her before you get married, why couldn't you have an even better relationship with her after you're married?
I understand that from Joe's point of view, even the smallest of touch creates temptation, and temptation leads to sin. For me, I don't get aroused from shaking a girl's hand, but I can understand the logic behind it. He seems quite happy with it, and I guess he's looking forward to sort of his wedding day, where he gets to shake hands with her for the first time.
James and Lloyd haven't yet settled their disagreement, so they've decided to meet up, away from the rest of the family.
I was quite annoyed and very frustrated in the way that you felt that my family is broken, because my family isn't broken.
Okay.
We're just independent from each other.
In the Amish society, we would promote that the children live with their parents and have a union and work with them.
It was just quite annoying that you sort of assume stuff, really. But yeah, it's just quite commonplace in England and everywhere else that these things will happen.
You know, our home here has not been the perfect home either. My oldest son, but there was a time when I could not connect with him. I could not relate with him. I could not even talk with him. He spent a lot of time partying and doing drugs. He came in the wrong crowd and they went a little too far, and they broke into a couple local businesses, and he was involved and the law got behind him, and his jail sentence was for 180 days. I made lots of mistakes.
I was definitely shocked to find out that his son had been to prison. In the Amish world, that is unheard of. It was nice to be able to have that sort of bond with him, especially after he made all these assumptions that after my mum had been into prison, we were more or less in the same boat.
I mean, I didn't want to hurt you. I want to be a friend.
I think we may have got off on the wrong foot, I guess, or when I jumped out of the van and a bright pink hoodie and these loud headphones on.
Woo. Maybe we are certainly too quick to jump to conclusions, and I can see that's what happened, so I apologize for that. that's what it took to connect us, was that mutual family. And I think that's really neat.
There are few greater signs of friendship than for one person to break bread with another. And have a little hymn singing too, of course.
A good evening is good food, but that's only the minor part, and then there's always good fellowship. If you don't know the song, just let the words sink in.
O Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the world thy hands have made, then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art.
Fellowship between Amish boys and girls hits a high point at weekly youth groups. This is where most loving relationships blossom. In fact, it's where Josiah and Rachel got together.
How did you get together with your boyfriend? So we asked for my friendship. Yeah. Then we had a date about a month later. My parents often tell me I'm going too fast with my boyfriend. How long were you dating already? We've been dating now for about 4 months. I mean, I know I've talked to a few of the older women, but some of them do kiss on dates, and you don't kiss on dates. We have a hands-off courtship. Completely hands-off. Why do you do that? Like,
if we ever marry or anything like that, it would be more special.
No regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah. No regrets. For me, like, personally, I have had sex with my boyfriend, but I can see exactly where you're coming from. Like, you know, I mean, there was a time where I wanted to save myself. Right. Right. If we would do it and the relationship wouldn't work out, we have no regrets.
If you would start it, and then we'd just go further and further.
Yeah.
And then once you get married, it wouldn't be special anymore.
Yeah.
I think it'll take a little bit to fully grasp it, what we were kind of saying and trying to teach her.
Because we don't want to make her feel guilty or something like that. It's just what we believe. And we just...
And we have different convictions.
Right. Or we might just be a little bit more radical than she is. Because yeah, there was a point in my life where I thought, oh yeah, I'd like to save my virginity for marriage. But, you know, obviously it didn't happen. Yeah, and they want it to be special, they want it to be something that, you know, they will treasure forever because, you know, no one else has been able to kiss them, no one else has, you know, been able to touch them in that way or whatever. So for them, that's going to be something quite beautiful, something that means a whole world to them.
An Amish person without a Bible is like a buggy without a horse, clueless where to go or how to get there. Luckily for Charlotte, Anna and Rachel have a book that might help her on her Christian journey.
So how often do you study the Bible?
Every morning and every night.
Wow, dedication.
I like to, it does take dedication.
If God wasn't there to talk to and let your worries and doubts, would you have less confidence in yourself, what do you think?
Oh, yes. When you reach a decision and it's God's will, He gives you a kind of peace.
Yeah, that's what I'd really like. Perhaps turning into a Christian, it would give me more belief in myself. Do you think it would?
I think it would, yes.
Yes, I think so.
I'd really like to see if there is, you know, if there is a God, and I believe there is, because obviously you believe so strongly in it, so why wouldn't there be?
There is a God.
I will start my journey and see where it takes me.
That's wonderful.
And we will pray for you. Yes, we will, definitely. It's an exciting journey. You can have this Bible.
Really?
Yes, you can.
Are you sure?
Would you like it?
Yeah, I'd love it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm excited now.
Read it every day. Read it every day. I'm very excited for you. Very excited for you.
Oh, thank you. I want to hug.
I think Charlotte is a brilliant person. At the moment, she said she has no direction and she feels that her life is very much about herself. She seems to be very set on the idea that she wants to find faith, and I think if it's something that's going to make her happy and make her feel fulfilled fulfilled, then it's a good thing. So I'm not concerned about her turning into a crazy fundamental person. I hope that her journey is a good one, and I hope that she finds whatever she's looking for, really.
I'm really excited actually to start reading it. Just the fact that someone's going to be there that I can talk to and let my worries and doubts out instead of tiring me out. I'm going to be able to let it out and be kind of free, because I don't feel like I follow through with much. So following through with this, it's a big thing. It's a total change, but I'm ready for it.
Reading the Bible and working hard keeps us plenty busy, but every now and again, New Order types like to come together to sing Christian songs and let off a little steam.
Playing music to our family is a relaxing time. It's a time of unwinding. We let the children express themselves. Well, we wouldn't accept anything with a punky, where you would actually, everybody's swaying, and we want it to be a real old-fashioned more type. I know it's way out of style, but it's definitely what we enjoy. Just characters get revealed when we're playing music.
If you didn't think I was crazy when I got here, you're going to think that when I leave.
We can probably make up a song. We'll put some lyrics to it. I've done this before, have you?
No, I'll play over it.
We can make, let's make up a song about someone. How old are you?
14.
Gerald. He's only 14, but Gerald has more responsibility than me and I am 18 years old. He wakes up in the morning at 5:30. Doesn't even bother drinking a cup of tea. Doesn't need it, unlike me. All of us from England would like to say thank you. Welcomed us into your home, and it's been great. I'm just mumbling, there's nothing to say, but thank you very much. I'm gonna leave today. Thank you. The end.
The children haven't heard anything like that before.
Oh, we'll talk about it, I'm sure.
Yes.
This is going to be a conversation piece.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't think it was Jesus, but someone clever once said that the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
Sierra's back.
The road might be long, and we may get lost from time to time, but with a little help from God and each other, we'll all get to the promised land.
This week I've surprised myself. I successfully managed to really see things from someone else who has a very, very different opinion to mine. I managed to see where they're coming from, that more than one person can be right. So I'll definitely take back. I'll take that back with me.
Lloyd, thank you for a very interesting experience, I think.
Thank
you.
I personally wasn't expecting to make a connection with Lloyd. Our religious views and our lifestyles are miles apart. In a weird way, it was nice to be able to make sort of communication like that.
We shall never forget you, boys.
All right.
Yep.
See you again. All right.
Sit down.
Hi. There's a limit to colour, I feel a little explosive.
George is the one, just by looking at him, I'd say he's good and sound. The other one is kind of iffy.
I honestly think this is awesome. Mennonites and pimping out their buggy. It's getting more and more modern, but you're keeping the core value.
You're still sitting behind that horse and still driving at 10 miles an hour.
You can take part in a live Q&A with Charlotte, Hannah and Sienna right now. Head to channel4.com/Amish. 2 years on from when we last saw them and much has changed. A brand new 3-parter starts next Tuesday at 10. Prepare to be kicked from the saloon to the lounge bar in This Is England 88. Next tonight on 4, Everything's Crossed, £1 Million Drop, live.
You may think us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk, what with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our lives.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I were most privileged to be the first to host our British friends. Over the next few weeks, they'll stay with several different brethren, from Pennsylvania to Ohio, to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. I just know we're all in for a treat. This week, our 6 British teenage friends are heading to a town called Ashland in Ohio to stay with the Burkholder family.
Oh, they look smiley. I like smiley people.
The Burkholders are plain people like ourselves, who live by the name of the Lord. And just like us Amish, they love big families. The Burkholder family has 10 members.
I'm Rachel.
I'm Harvey.
Hi, I'm Charlotte. What's your name? James. Okay, I'm Darlene. It's so nice to meet you. We were looking forward to this day.
Yeah, and welcome to the Burkholder family. It's nice to have you, and we have rooms for you here, and
work.
And work. And as you noticed, I do go barefoot, and
It's not comfortable in shoes.
We speak Pennsylvania Dutch, and normally we try to speak English when we have visitors. So if you hear us speak an off language, it's Pennsylvania Dutch, and we're not talking about you.
The Burkholders are what we call Old Order Mennonites. Back in the 1600s, we were all the same group. Then in 1693, we split because the Mennonites wanted to modernize. But as you can see, the Old Order Mennonites haven't modernized that much, and they look pretty similar to us. However, look closely, and you can spot some tiny differences.
In the Amish houses we went before, they didn't have much on the walls and stuff, so it's quite decorative.
The house is really big as well, it's Yeah, it's a big house, yes. So this is the room where the boys would be staying in.
Oh, nice.
This is the room where you get to stay and lounge, whatever you need to do to get rested.
What do you think what we're wearing now?
You're dressed, I don't know what to say. When he stepped out of the van, I said, that looks like an Amish.
No, see, in our church, the guys wouldn't be allowed to have long hair. They aren't allowed to have any beards or anything.
Should me and Jordan shave?
Oh yeah, you wouldn't dare come to church like this. Would you always wear your hair like this with a band?
No, normally it's a lot longer. I got a cut at an Amish house.
I want to thank that Amish for doing that. Okay, this is going to be your room now. These are your outfits, and you can see the names there.
You get that one.
Oh, that's so different.
I don't know what to say.
This is exciting. I actually love the patterning.
Compared to the Amish dresses we wore, which were just really dark and really boring.
Mennonites always wore the patterns, and the Amish stayed original. They stayed with the solid colors.
So that's a really nice colour.
It does. It goes nice. Whoever picked the colors are good choice, I think.
I actually really like it. Look at this. It's like I made a big effort.
We usually aren't allowed to wear makeup, so might be a good idea to take it off, huh? Is it something you would wear all the time, pretty much, or?
Yeah. It makes me feel prettier. I like to feel pretty.
Sure. The earrings, is that something you wear all the time?
Yeah, it's just something I really like. Weirdly, I enjoy getting my ears pierced. Do you ever have ear piercings?
No, it wouldn't be allowed with the church.
Must admit, Darlene, quite nice. Oh, it's good looking, to be honest. I'll put it out there.
Obviously, we'll see what the kind of mood is like. I'd see no reason why you shouldn't ask her on a date.
Take her out on the body?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, don't. I wouldn't trust you, but
I think you should.
I'm obviously not going to propose to her.
No, ask her out. They don't want to get to...
Asking out dates, pretty awkward.
You three girls can sit here if you'd like.
Your colours all fit your complexion.
Trying on the new outfits the first time was quite exciting, just because we haven't seen colour in a long time. But there is a limit to colour. I mean, this is nice, but I feel a little explosive.
You can see they come out of a city. That's my first thing. I noticed the one had real long hair. I noticed the ring. If I was home on a Sunday morning and somebody would come to my door wearing a ring, long hair, I'd probably lock the door. But we thought, we're going to overlook this. We can't see their heart. We don't know what's in their heart. George is the one, just by looking at him, I'd say he's good at sound. I wouldn't think that he would be any harm. The other one is kind of iffy.
Hello. Holy shit.
You're all dressed up and you're shaved and you look like farmers.
This is totally new for them, to be this close to someone with sort of lip piercings and stuff like that. And I think, first impressions is everything, but I wouldn't change the way I am.
The Old Order Mennonites make all their own clothes, and Marnita and Darlene thought it would be fun to take the English girls to their fabric store. This means our city lasses need to get to grips with our plainer mode of transportation.
Alright, paddle, 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 paddle. Okay, go, 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 go. Keep on paddling, keep straight, keep on. Make a circle in the yard, Nick, keep on.
Bikes are a contentious mode of transport for us Amish. Many of our groups don't allow them, but the Old Order Mennonites love a good cycle ride.
Sienna's going for it. Come on, Sienna!
We plain people dress plain. We don't like anything to distract us from what is pure and modest. However, the Old Order Mennonites are allowed to wear floral prints. A little wilder than the norm, but there the wildness stops. Their dresses all conform to the same dress pattern.
This one or this one?
If it was for me, I'd go for this. It's a matter of preference, really.
I mean, it depends on what color you want right now.
Because this here would bring out more the blue version of it. That's the color. I'd say that looks good.
What are your favourite colours and patterns then?
Wild stuff. I really don't know bright, colourful stuff. Does your mum let you get whatever fabric you like, really? Not at all. Because I like stuff with big flowers, but we aren't allowed to have those.
We'll try to stay with more like the medium to small prints. So you don't, like in a crowd, everybody's like, ooh, who's that girl? She's got a really wild dress on, What's she trying to be?
That could be interesting, actually, because I'd wear something completely different from my friends to stand out. Shopping is a big thing in my life. I could go shopping every day. Look at this.
I like this.
I like that.
Thank you.
Probably all my money goes on clothes, to be honest.
Hold on, a lot of it goes on makeup.
And makeup.
She feels she needs to be wearing lots of makeup all the time.
When I was younger, I was a bit of a chunky monkey, really. I was a bit of a
a big kid, and I think with people judging me, the makeup kind of acted as a disguise. It's kind of a mask that I have to put on to have this confidence. I do take quite a while getting ready for a night out. Obviously, when you grow up, you want to look older, and you take more time in your appearances. You want to impress the guys. Probably my friends, I suppose, I'm influenced by what they like doing. They like going out partying and stuff, and I'll go along with that as well.
Intentionally, you do kind of want to attract male attention because you just feel better in yourself if you can kind of pull on a night out. It's just kind of one up on you because you've managed to get a guy.
And I don't like that because I'm quite scared, I suppose, of talking to boys in a way. I'm quite nervy because I never know what to say and I never know what they make of me. My dresses would probably come up to about here, and I'd have high heels, and I'd kind of, get my legs out, and it makes me feel kind of good. I don't know. I think I'd like that.
It probably depends too on like the places you go. If you want to fit in. Like for us, personality is what stands out. We wouldn't exactly try to draw attention with the clothes. Maybe put it that way.
As well as running a fabric store, the Burkholders have their own melon farm. Old Order Mennonites don't own cars, but they do own tractors. They see them as friendly technology, which helps their communities to harvest food from the rich Ohio soil.
I need to drive tractor. One of us will drive the tractor. Well, neither of us know how. If you can drive a car, if you know how to drive a tractor.
David is 24, and he's been working the soil since he was 5.
The first year I ran tillage equipment and tractors, I was 12, which is pretty young, but I guess Dad trusted me. I don't know. I loved it. It's a very good life. You're your own boss. It's kind of a family thing. Me and my brother and Dad worked together. We loved it. We loved it.
The Old Order Mennonites cherish the family thing. But I get the kind of feeling that life isn't quite the same for George back home.
For me, it is quite different because I've been to boarding school since I was 10. So for about 8 months of the year, and been at Eton, 250 miles away from my parents. It was always my parents' decision. For them, it was kind of Eton or nothing.
I feel that it's giving him a real sense of his own individuality. I think when they're away at school, he can think who George is, rather than George just being number 2 out of 4 boys. Excuse me, the dog's just disappearing.
Coco, here! Coco, come on! Coco, here!
Being away from your parents can be quite difficult. It means I don't have as much of a chance to build up like a close relationship.
Listen, I would like you to come and stay at home a little bit during the holiday. Do you think you can give me a couple of days either side?
Yeah, no, I will. I'll be back in late July, but I wanna like see people and stuff like that. My mum gets quite frustrated, definitely, with my lack of presence, I guess. It's interesting to see, they share with the Amish that same sort of family value system of, the family being the most important thing. And I think the farm is kind of the glue that holds the family together. These guys seem very happy and very content, so I think it seems to be a good thing.
All the hard work we put into the fields ends up here, on the dinner table. Meal times are a chance for us to get together, be with our families, and discuss the important things in life.
So we've got managing energy.
How do you evaluate, or how do you look at happiness, or what is happiness to you?
Oh, it's such a big question, Bobby. Why? Okay.
I'll help you out a little bit. I think you're always happy.
I think maybe to live, laugh and love, maybe. Being able to sort of live freely. George?
I don't know, I'm really struggling with it.
We get a lot of happiness from our simple, holy way of life. In fact, there's nothing more joyful than Mama Rachel's harmonica shindig. The harmonica is one of the few instruments us plain people are allowed to play. It's a good way to exercise our country lungs. Perhaps not so easy for the city folk.
Yeah, that's better.
Having fun with the family really lifts the spirits. But of course, what gives us true happiness is being at one with God and reading the Lord's Word. A week ago, Charlotte vowed to read his most sacred and beautiful work from beginning to end.
Yeah, it's kind of quite long-winded, and there's a lot of pages to read. And I still don't really understand, all these names and stuff. It's a lot of rules. It's a lot of things to read up on. So I'm actually still on Genesis. Probably should have got a bit further by now. But I can't. See, Genesis 1, couldn't really get my head around that, so I'm worried that as I go further into it, what's going to happen then? I might get totally confused by the whole thing. But no, I'm not going to give up, actually. I'm going to try and see where it takes me. I have been praying to God, though, and getting my thoughts out of my head. And I think kind of my prayers are kind of being answered in a way, because I'm, saying to God that I want to say how I feel and kind of get on with the Amish, and I feel like I'm doing that, so maybe He is answering my prayers quite subtly.
The Burkholder family come from an order of plain people known as the Horse and Buggy Mennonites. And you can probably tell why. We worry that cars bring us close to temptation, and so we prefer to go the simple, slow way.
This makes me feel like I'm out of period drama now.
Love thy neighbor, the Bible tells us, and we couldn't agree more. We like to come together in good times and bad, and let each other know how much we care. Today, the girls are taking time off from their chores to join a scrapbook party.
Making cards for a special occasion?
We had talked about making some for a boy that fell down from a construction job and broke both his wrists.
That's cool. It's nice to know you're being thought of.
Yes. You just pick a card that you would like to make and we'll help you.
This is what we call a scrapbook shower, and it's one of the ways our ladies like to party.
When I come home and my husband asks, what were you doing today? I might have a card or two to show him. Then he knows I just wasn't just talking.
Talking is good. I'm going to make this for my dad. The first man a girl falls in love with her daddy. Yeah, he does a lot for me, so I think.
For some people, like Margaret, a scrapbook can really make a difference to their lives.
What is the scrapbook kind of about?
It has verses of inspiration, sometimes longer poems, sometimes just short verses. My husband, he had cancer, and so we really appreciated all the scrapbooks that we got. And I think there's over 500. If I was feeling blue about everything, I just had to look at those, and it kept me floating through hard times. He eventually improved, and now we have those scrapbooks as a memory of that time, I guess.
It's really touched me, actually. I didn't think a card would, touch me as much. They're all very personal, and obviously they spend a lot of time on that, so it really shows, that they care. To Daddy Cool, I hope you've had time to refuel your batteries. I really have realised the amount of time and effort you put into allowing me to live my life just the way I like it. All the love in the world, Char.
That's cute. He'll definitely feel love when he gets that.
Right, so this is the outside, very adult. And then we go in, it's like, BAM! It's funny that they call this a party. If I'm not dancing, then it's not a party, quite simply. But it's funny because I often have quite a firm idea of what I find fun, and it kind of emphasises the fact that party means that just getting together, really. That's the main idea. And there was no alcohol, there was no smoking, there was nothing, no sort of shenanigans with the opposite sex with it. It was literally just a group of female friends getting together, doing something quite innocent, and a good way to spend a good few hours, really.
Us plain people love to live simple, pray simple, and work simple. It would seem George has been taking this all in, and the plain living lifestyle has got him thinking and wanting to know more.
I always enjoyed this life. I just love it. We were born that way and we live here, and it's all we ever known. I always loved raising plants and crops, and I guess it was my blood, and I just love it.
So what about the fast pace of life?
I don't know. If I had a job working in an office all day and kids be home fighting, and I mean, soon they won't get along with each other, and well, 40 years down the road, where are they going to be? But where am I going to be? I mean, home was always back on the farm. I wouldn't want it any other way.
How many bad days do you have a year?
I don't know. I would have guessed probably 10, but I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. Just look at the bright things in life, and I don't know. The rest of the day goes better. I don't know. How many bad days do you have in a year?
You know, it's hard to kind of qualify what a bad day actually is, but I'd say at least twice a week, probably. So that really starts to add up, I think. Probably, maybe at least 100, probably. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. I thought you guys were the happiest-go-luckiest person in the batch. I was surprised to hear that from you,
but for me, and for I know a lot of my friends as well, do feel very pressurised by their parents and having to go to be number one and be at the top university and be at the top of the class and stuff like that. And obviously there are so many doors open at the moment that I could choose to pursue many different career paths and stuff if I wanted to, but I'm relatively clueless as to what path I want to choose. If I knew American history, then I can go potentially for America.
What American history would you do?
Wild West, American Civil War. That's pretty cool.
I think that's one of those sort of funny subjects that universities aren't that impressed with, or employers aren't that impressed with. Cowboys and Indians. And when you get to New York,
Ned, by the way.
You've got top exam prizes.
You're kidding, Ned. You got a maths prize in the entire year?
Yeah.
How big is the year?
What, 30?
So that's not bad.
There is a weight in the sense that you don't want to look like you wasted your time at the school because you are kind of bestowed with all these opportunities. So I try and do as best as I can.
What are your predicted grades, George?
I think I predicted 3 A's. I think at the moment I find it quite hard just to kind of stay on top of work. It all just kind of builds up, and before you know it, you're staying up till like 2, 3 in the morning, just drilling into this mountain of work.
I just look on the bright side of life. If there's somebody that needs help, I mean, like I said, if your brother needs a buck, give him $20. I mean, I've never met a greedy person in my lifetime that's happy. I mean, it's just the more they get, the more they want, and the grouchier they get. I guess that might be another right reason I like the symbol. I don't know. But I think someday you'll think about that. You cannot make happiness. Happiness comes from within. There's just no two ways about it.
On Sunday nights, our young Old Order Mennonite folk leave their homes to come and socialize in what's called the youth group. This is how they like to party in the evenings. They sing, play volleyball, and if they're lucky, get to meet that special someone.
So is this how you kind of spend your time, getting together with everyone and meeting guys?
Yeah, this is usually what our parties with Sunday night.
I love how you call it parties, like a party back in England.
It's a party.
Yeah, like mad, and I like to dance. And I suppose it's nice if you attract the boys.
How many times do you get to see your boyfriends?
Saturday evenings and then Sunday evenings again when we have our date.
Saturday evenings we talk maybe for about half an hour, like after the singing. And then Sunday evenings it's 5 hours.
5 hours?
Yes.
You constantly chat for the 5 hours then?
Oh no. I mean, there's always times that you can't just talk all the time, I guess. Now you have to think about what you're going to say next.
Yeah. Think about what you said.
Yeah. If you said it right or not.
And they say silence is golden too, so.
Yeah. With the girls, I just really like talking about dating because they all seem kind of really innocent about it, and they're all quite giggly. You know, they don't seem that confident with talking to guys and stuff because they seem to be quite separated. It's quite formal, you know, they have to do a 5-hour date, and the time they spend together is really for getting to know each other. And I find back in England that sometimes, you know, you don't really get to know the person that well. It's just kind of on the surface, it's only kind of skin deep. But perhaps here they really do take time to get to know who you are inside.
Hey James.
The way we plain folk begin our courtship appears to be sparking some interest among our young British friends.
Where did you meet your wife?
We were in the same youth group of about approximately 180 youth. So I wrote her a letter and requested if she would want to be in a relationship with me, and she answered with a letter in return as we started dating.
What did you actually write? Was you quite sort of open with your feelings towards her, sort of from the off?
It was only a couple lines long. I mean, usually if you write a letter requesting a relationship of a girl, they generally know that you put a lot of thought, prayers into that thought before you actually write those words and send it in the mail. So if you were back home in England, how would you go about asking a girl for a courtship?
Back in London, James doesn't have a Christian youth group to help him find a wife. Instead, he has a friend called Jack.
She's nice. We're basically at the bridge where I like to take my dates. It's kind of romantic a bit.
I've heard that nearly 8 million people live in the same place, so you'd think it would be easy finding the right partner. Then again, perhaps not.
I find it hard to approach girls though, so I sent Jack out.
Basically, I have to sort of like get it started with him, and then I sort of just leave him on the spot, and then I just go away.
Well, once he's got it started, I'm alright.
And then I have to come on the dates and...
No, it's only with that one girl. In our society, it's quite... People do use their cars to maybe impress the girls. How do you do that with your body?
It's not, usually don't try to make it too obvious, but some guys do. In my case, I did make it kind of obvious. This is like a crushed velvet interior, and it also had a sunroof up here. And that one, that was also custom built.
You have a touchscreen in
Yes,
your
I
body?
have a touch screen in here to control my lighting system. The strip lights on the side, if I turn those on, we were required by law to have flashers of some sort, but I got a couple more than some of the buggies. And I also have some underbody lights on it. And with a stereo system, it would flash with the beat and all that. I never got to work with the horse's hoof beats, but I always thought it would be pretty wild. Were you jealous?
Just a bit. And you've got a provisional, and he's pimping out his buggy.
Why does he do it like that? For the girls?
No, it's not actually for the girls. It does obviously help a bit, but it's not intentionally for the girls. And then it had this Ferrari. What? It had the Ferrari horse logo on the metal mudguard. This is something that I've never ever associated with Mennonites in pimping out their car, the buggy. It's getting more and more modern, but you're keeping the core value of the horse.
You're still sitting behind that horse and still driving that horse at 10 miles an hour. So I need to take my wife home. She's tired, and we're gonna head for home.
I definitely think that having that type of buggy will definitely increase your chances of getting a date. They class dating as a relationship, whereas dates are quite casual back home. You might go out for a date and like by the end of the date you snog their face off. It doesn't particularly mean much, I guess.
The good book tells us, the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. Our cornfields may not quite be the Garden of Eden, but it's the land that we harvest and care for.
Leave for lunch, huh? Yep, leave for lunch.
And would you say a lot of your food is kind of self-produced?
Probably during the summer months, 75% of the food is self-produced.
Would you say you're content in the farming lifestyle?
Yes, very, very much content.
Why is it that farming makes you so happy?
You can be happy in whatever you do. The key to happiness is love. If you don't have love, opposite of love is anger, and anger is depression. If we live in anger or if we live in doubt, if a person lives in doubt, he can't be happy.
So do you feel like having a simpler life is a key to happiness then?
A simple lifestyle plays a big part in happiness because stuff will not bring happiness. The more you gain, the more you have, the more you want. Being content where you are and what you have.
David said yesterday that happiness comes from within.
Exactly. 100% true.
There's still power in the blood of the Lamb.
I think to meet someone who claims he only has 10 bad days a year, it just sounds mind-blowing. But I didn't even know if that was like, possible. Being content for them is being pleased with what you've got and not being envious of what others have. I think for me, I'm always kind of wanting more, and I never feel like I'm content with what I have. It's funny, I've never actually thought, I've never actually had a serious think about what I want in life and stuff. And what the bare minimum for me would be in terms of job or family life or who I am.
And of course, there's no denying that a key part of our happiness is in finding our life partner. This couldn't be done without the parlor, a specific room that exists in every Mennonite household and only used for courtship conversations. This is the eldest daughter's domain. She can decorate it to her taste and entertain her special guests there. And when she gets engaged, it passes to her younger sister.
That's really pretty.
Once you're dating, that's where you have your dates, like Sunday dates. Yeah, basically.
How comes you wouldn't, just use your bedroom? Why do you have another room for stuff like that?
Well, if we have our dates in our bedroom, I think we'd be tempted to take it farther than just a basic relationship.
I don't know, maybe because our house tend to be a bit smaller, I'm not sure. But we tend to just have a bedroom and, we would just go to our room and that's our personal space. Do you know anyone where their boyfriends would stay over at all?
Oh, no. Zero.
No.
In our society, sometimes I feel that the boys kind of want you to perhaps have sex quicker than you feel ready. Do you kind of have that peer pressure and to kind of lose your virginity, or?
There's nothing, no. Zero. It's just something you don't talk about, really.
Is it really important for you that you take it as a slow pace and you really kind of soak up what you mean to each other then?
Yes, very. It's a matter of choice if you want to keep your purity. It depends on, I guess, on how strong you feel on that subject. To the majority of the people, it's not important anymore to keep your purity, to wait until after marriage, and therefore marriage is kind of a lost art, really. I mean, it still happens, but anymore you hear so many people, they're not getting married until after they've had a couple kids. It's just kind of it's really sad if you really think about it.
I think keeping yourself pure shows how strong the relationship can be if you can wait. And I just wish, back at home it would be like that. Because relationships should mean everything, and it's just lost. And sometimes perhaps they don't even get to know the person
It's
who they're kind of with.
It's very much on the surface, I think. Some of
Very
it.
much.
Aesthetics.
It's not deep within, It does frustrate me, actually.
If you're a virgin in England, it's kind of like, oh, you're a bit weird. Whereas here, if you're not a virgin, you're just like, it's disgusting. Whereas we have the pressure to have sex. They very much have the pressure to not have sex.
To me, it seems a perfect way of dating. And I do envy it. I actually really do envy it.
You may have noticed that we plain people cherish our marriages and our families. They're the cornerstone of our communities. And the closeness of our community provides us much comfort and normally protects us from the world's more surprising experiences.
A lot of people seem to judge me quite early on because of my appearance. I was wondering sort of what was your sort of first experiences of me?
Well, a lot of people kind of judge you probably by your long hair.
My long hair.
Probably the band around your head.
Yeah.
Okay. They probably looked at that and thought, is he really going to help on the farm? The thing that's on your lip, is it the peer from your friends?
Not really, because a lot of them don't actually like it.
Okay.
But my mum was sort of quite supportive of me getting it. She actually came with me to get it done.
Okay, so your mom was not against it?
No, she wasn't against it.
Okay.
But had I got it done, and she said that she didn't like it, and she wanted it out, and I would have took it out.
Then you would have made a different decision, probably. Yeah, well.
I was wondering, like I said, I asked sort of your eldest daughter sort of for a date, and it's sort of the first time you see, and I turned up with obviously my hair long. I'm guessing that you wouldn't let her go on a date with me.
We would probably share with her. Could you ask him to cut his hair? Could you ask him to take the ring out of his lip? We don't know what's in your heart, but usually we were taught what's in your heart will shine on the outside. And if you would be willing to change, we have no right to say that's not okay.
What would your advice be for me if I was to ever consider sort of marriage at this age?
That's a good question. Look for a very decent, not wild, but decent and sincere girl. If she smokes or drinks, then you can probably tell too if she's a decent girl or not. You know what my mom always said?
What?
It's really funny, but it probably has something to do with. She said, if you want a nice, kind-hearted husband, watch how he treats his horse.
While James learns about the art of old Mennonite courtship, the girls are being taught the art of canning tomatoes, something all Amish and Mennonite ladies hold close to their hearts.
For most of us, it's important to have a property large enough to have a garden to raise food for our families, to be able to preserve that food. We just think it's good to learn to kind of live off the land. Then you're not in such a pinch, like when the economy goes south or something.
Whilst I've been here, I've noticed that everybody is an individual, but you've come together to be in a community in which, where you value every single person and try really hard to make sure they stay in your community.
Riches are fleeting. What is there to riches? They can be gone overnight. It happens sometimes. And so we don't really build onto earthly riches or anything. We build a secure community for our children, the community of tomorrow. Then when the children are older, they will learn to work together for the good of the community. And if a community is all pulling together, you can really go places.
I would say I definitely come from quite a me generation. And again, I'm not saying that Mennonite society is perfect and it's got it completely right, but the fact they understand the value of community and they understand the value of sharing the wealth, you don't need to always think about me. I think it says a lot about our society, really.
Us plain people believe we belong to a family much greater than the ones that simply share our houses. And every family is listed in the Mennonite directory.
Someone once dubbed it the Mennopedia. Mennonite Encyclopedia. It's directory of all the members of our group throughout 8 different states, I believe.
Is everyone in your Mennonite community listed in that book?
I don't know of anybody that is not in. When Elton asked me to be his girlfriend, I looked up his family in this book to see how old he is, how many siblings he has. I can find out a lot about anybody just by looking in here.
Do you know everybody listed in this book?
If I follow their family lines or look up their siblings or whatever, I never really run to a dead end. I always find a piece of the puzzle that links together.
Okay, I'm going to put you to the test, okay? Wherever my finger is kind of closest to.
Oh, yes. I know where they live.
Right, who did I pick?
It's Laverne Rife, and it's Leon Rife's son. Laverne's mother is Mary M. Sensnig, Moses Sensnig's daughter, and I know the Moses Sensnig family. Yeah. I went past their house all the time when I was a girl.
Can I do one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm astonished.
How about?
Crazy.
That one. Lester Newswanger. Oh, how many miles? They live about 3 miles from here.
I couldn't do this in Yellow Pages at all. Where do you think to go, are you?
James has a soft spot for Darlene, but knows he can't do things the English way. He needs advice on the most appropriate way to approach a gentle lady.
I spoke to Rachel and we sort of spoke about dating a bit, and she said that had I turned up that day on our first day, sort of dressed the way I was and everything, coming to ask for a date with, say, one of our daughters, she quite happily told me I wouldn't have been allowed. So what about you then, Darlene?
As far as the piercings and stuff, I guess personally, you know, I definitely am not much into facial piercings. It tends to scare you a bit.
I guess, have you got any advice for me that obviously I could take back?
Well, I definitely say it's good to wait. You know, if you meet a girl, to me, I just think giving it time is so much more. It's such an important step. You know, if she's meant to be your girlfriend, I'd say she'll wait for you.
Yeah.
Our English friend's time in the gentle old order Mennonite world with the Burkholder family is slowly drawing to a close.
I think my general perspective on a lot of things has changed. Something that I'm clinging onto still is the idea of what makes you happy. And I wouldn't want to make a general kind of rule, but they definitely seem to be happy, and it does prove that the things that we hold high in our society as important, for example, education and being independent, doesn't necessarily make you more happy.
As well as getting to know us plain people, our English friends have been getting to know each other, even though they're from very different backgrounds.
When was the last time you went to Nashville?
Year 4, I think.
Year 4?
Yeah, my teacher made me do it and I didn't like her after that.
I dare you.
Dare to eat apples.
To eat one of these.
Wow.
And after a day keeps the doctor away, James, so.
Apples to good health.
Apples to good health.
It seems that time spent with us plain people has inspired our friend James to try a different approach to dating.
I went on a date with this girl sort of just before I left, and she seems quite nice. I quite like her. So based on my chat with Rachel yesterday, sort of speaking to Jay, the letter would be quite a good thing to do. This is definitely probably the first time I've ever wrote someone a letter and sort of asking them out, I guess. Cause I think it shows that you've taken your time, but I like to think that she'll say yeah, but sadly I won't sort of know till we get back to England. So yeah, she might.
This modesty thing's really got to me. I think being surrounded by modest people has really got me thinking about some of the clothes that I wear. So I don't actually know if I want to wear these shorts anymore.
They did cost me quite a lot of money.
Yeah, but you have nice legs.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you can get them out.
I definitely think Charlotte made her think a little bit. Really, you need to wear short skirts all the time, show so much flesh. I think it really did kind of, face her being with the Mennonites here for a couple days.
Obviously, I still will dress to impress on a night out, but I wear a see-through shirt sometimes which shows my bra, and I don't think I'll be doing that. I think I'll cover up more. And I think perhaps guys will respect me more. I just want to go out there and be totally who I am.
Makeup doesn't mean as much to me anymore, to be honest.
I like what I'm hearing from you, girl. Sean, like I said, I'm very proud of you. Lots of stuff.
The book of Proverbs tells us that relatives are born to share our troubles, and a friend is always a friend.
All dressed up in your comfortable clothing.
They may look funny, dress funny, and have curious ideas about life. But our English friends may just be here to teach us something about ourselves.
I'm looking at James completely different than what I did when he crawled out of the van. I look at him completely different. I feel closer to his heart. He had values, and I just won't think about him the way I did the first day he walked in.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. You had fun.
Hope to see you back sometime. Again, safe journey and God bless you.
I really enjoyed introducing them to my friends to see how we do as a youth group.
Safe journey, yeah.
It really made me appreciate what values we really have.
Okay, guys, you ready to work?
That's physical.
The true test is endurance. But once you do 5 or 6 loads, that proves whether you're a man or not.
I like housework.
I usually like to race with the clock.
It's such a good, optimistic way of looking at things.
What will your answer be to God when Jesus comes?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, so I don't really have an answer.
I see.
Does he look at us then? Did we just buy a horse?
If we would never forgive, I have no idea where our marriage would be.
That next time is next Thursday at the earlier time of 8 o'clock. If you missed my Big Fat Gypsy Christmas this week, fear not. You can catch up with 4OD at channel4.com. Next tonight, Deck the Halls. Not so much. It's the concluding part of This Is England 88.
Perfectly broken, be perfectly whole.
Purdue University Global. On your schedule, within your budget, and within your grasp. Apply now.
You may think us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk, but with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our life.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I were most privileged to be the first to host our British friends. Over the next few weeks, they'll stay with several different brethren, from Pennsylvania to Ohio, to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. I just know we're all in for a treat. Rural Pennsylvania is the heart of the Amish farming community. Things are done the old-fashioned way. It's all down to horsepower here. And that's exactly how the Zook family farmed their 40 acres of corn, beans, tomatoes, and pumpkins. Becky and Ephraim have been married 14 years and have 6 children between the ages of 2 and 13. Our 6 English teenagers are arriving in the thick of it. It's harvest time.
Yeah, it's definitely tomato picking.
Yeah, definitely tomato picking.
Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Becky.
Hello, Becky.
Hi.
Hello, I'm Charlotte. I'm John Mark. John Mark. Hi, John Mark. I'm Martha.
My husband is out baling hay.
Oh, right.
And 2 of the other children.
The Zooks are what we call born-again Amish and take their Christian values very seriously.
We're hearing that you boys want to help. Is that how it is?
Yeah.
So we usually separate like 6:30, 7 o'clock.
And when does work finish as such?
In the evening? That's a good question.
Before our English friends can get to work harvesting, they need to get into more appropriate clothing.
This one looks massive.
I'm shorter than yours, guys.
Do you put the apron things through the hole at the back? I can tie it. That's too tight? No, that's perfect.
A couple of the girls' dresses were very, very short, you know. I was glad when they had longer dresses on for the children's sake.
I think I've done my really neatly. I'm well impressed. This shows that we're learning, Hannah.
Ephraim works from dawn to dusk running the family farm. They have just 1 week to harvest their crops of beans, tomatoes, and hay. It's all hands to the deck. And Ephraim's trusty mules play a big part too.
Hi guys. Well, my name is Ephraim Zook. Glad to meet you guys. Well, what we're doing here is we're baling hay. Have you guys ever seen hay being baled before or anything?
No.
Okay. So my goal is I need to get this done before dark. So you ready to get to work?
Yeah.
Work up a sweat, get dirty. George is going to help you, John Moore. Just be careful when you're moving around on the wagon. You don't want to fall off. When I'm busy and I'm looking to get the job done, then I'm looking for people that can just come in and get in the swing and just make it happen. It's just kind of business as usual. We have work that needs to be done, and we're going to try to get that done.
He seems quite nice, doesn't he?
I think he's pretty cool, to be honest.
I think he's got a strong work ethic there.
Yeah, he's definitely got that strong work ethic. I wasn't expecting to just jump straight in though. Bit of a tough one.
Okay, guys, you ready to work? The way you handle hay bales is you pick them up and you throw them. There you go.
Ephraim has a workforce of 1 horse and 4 mules. He depends on them for just about everything, from the planting to the plowing to the harvesting. We value our 4-legged animals for keeping us in bread and butter, and that means they need a whole lot of hay to keep them healthy too.
The true test is endurance. Anybody can do half a load. Most guys can do a load. But once you do 5 or 6 loads, that proves whether you're a man or not.
Yeah, they're not too heavy. There's just a lot of them. I'd like to think I could do maybe sort of like 4 or 5 loads. I think the problem with me would be my stamina. I think actually I could probably only do about 2 or 3 loads before I had to have a nap or something.
It's rare that Amish girls and boys work together. We tend to our separate tasks.
Why didn't I wear my shoes?
How's your bare feet feeling?
Back there was a bit malicious, but...
When it was hard.
So we're just looking for them.
Yeah, and you kind of have to hold the stalk so it doesn't just break off. They're very tender.
It's quite normal for us to work into the night and even miss supper. But we have to be efficient too, so there's no room for any lightweights.
The kids seem to have that natural Amish work ethic, and they seem to be, pitching in. I think Elizabeth had been there since 4 o'clock, and she was still more than happy to keep on going.
I think George gets chosen more for the heavy stuff. I think he looks a lot more built than us. Let's be serious here. You're a skinny guy. I'm just overweight. George is perfect build, isn't it?
Every family we meet, George is a doppelganger of someone's cousin, sister, or brother. They've always got some sort of relation that looks like George.
What was
George like?
He was awesome.
Oh, I didn't get an awesome quote. Would you employ George?
I probably would.
Good. Thank you. That's flattering. Put that on the CV. Possible employment for an army. That's good.
Okay, yeah, I think our bucket is full and it's time to go.
And one thing, just a tip, when you bend down with your dresses, make sure that it's down here, or boys and stuff, other people could just see right down underneath there.
Not the best idea.
Not the best idea.
Thanks for that tip.
So, like tomorrow you might be helping in the tomato field, and you might want to be careful with that. We're very careful with that, with our children and things, to be pure.
As Ephraim's house only has room for the girls, the boys will be staying with his friend and neighbor, Aaron.
Actually, we're pretty good friends and cousins and brothers. We're actually, we have the same daddy, believe it or not. Not in the natural, though. Father God in heaven, he's our daddy, both of us. That makes us brothers, right? So he'll take good care of you. He's trustworthy.
It was nice to meet you.
Yeah.
See you
Good
tomorrow.
job, guys. See you in the morning.
Right, see you.
Yep, see you, Aaron. See you, Johnny.
Something I noticed about Ephraim, he loves to work, or even today he sort of skipped dinner and just carried on working, like, even into darkness, sort of with his bare eyes. So he is a workaholic type guy.
Home on the prairie, where does my life go? Home on the prairie, home, home, home. Well, there you go, number one hit, all the way home, right now, Pennsylvania, here we go.
We were talking about when to go to bed. It's almost 9 o'clock now already, and we usually like to be bed at the latest at 10. So if you want to shower down here.
All I used to do is wash my hands. I can't just do it in the sink.
Yeah.
I'm not as dirty as I
Tomorrow you get dirty.
Really?
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Becky, I'm just wondering, out there you said you want to make sure your children are pure or whatever, and I just wanted to know, what do you mean by pure? How do you define that word?
A lot of our convictions are our convictions that we have gotten just on our walk with God. So we would really appreciate, if the character, the things you say and do, that they're upbuilding for our little children. And that's why I brought it out in the field about keeping yourself pure, so that your dress covers your under parts and stuff.
I think we can do that.
Don't you worry. Hannah was the one I would have guessed was a Christian before she said. So I was very excited about Hannah. Charlotte, I see her as searching. She wants to know more about God.
I don't know what I believe in and what I don't with religion, really. I feel like something's nagging inside me that I need to find out, but I'm not sure quite what it is.
For Charlotte, time with the Amish has allowed her to experience Christian values for the first time. And over the last couple of weeks, she's been exploring how she can become a good Christian.
I've kind of made a little decision that perhaps I would like to believe in, Christianity, believe in God.
That makes my hair stand on end when you say that.
I want to know sort of where this longing for faith kind of came from, really.
It's an empty feeling, I don't have any beliefs, so perhaps that would fill my emptiness and my doubt.
I think that you need to really look within yourself and see, well, do I want to believe in a God that, that died for me?
Unlike her two English friends, Sienna is very clear that Christianity isn't the route for her.
Sienna, I would have a lot of questions for you.
She was like, oh, by the way, make sure you pull your skirts down because I want my children to be pure. And I was like...
The people around, the family are all very modest in what they wear and stuff, so for us turning up in our dresses, maybe she's thinking about the society where we've come from and she's scared that we will bring an influence.
I think we have a lot to learn about this family.
Jesus full of cleansing power, are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?
Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has set his angels and has delivered his servants that trusted in him.
As Amish, we live by the word of the Lord. And so to set us on the right course, we like to start each day with a Bible reading.
There he's saying that after this all happened, he made a decree that anybody that doesn't believe the way they do is going to be killed.
the Zook family take their religious observation one step further, with individual prayers being said at breakfast.
Heavenly Father, bless Jesus' name.
Lord, I thank you for all the people who've opened up their homes to us. I thank you for the gifts that you've given us.
Lord, I thank you for letting me be here today for this wonderful family. I also thank you, Lord, for allowing me to start this new journey and perhaps believing in Christianity, because it's something I've always thought about, Lord. Amen.
Did you think this would assume that you were a Christian?
I think so. Although I think she'll probably ask me outright at some point, because I didn't pray at the table.
How are you feeling, man? You seem quite kind of huffy and puffy today.
Huffy and puffy about what? I don't think I'm huffy and puffy.
You just seem a little out of sorts.
Really? Well, I think you're fine. You've noticed that. Probably not noticed it, and I don't have anything in particular in my life.
As farm workers, us men need the strength and good sustenance to work hard, and we have to thank the women for providing us with our daily bread.
Do you have egg beaters in England?
Yeah, lots and lots of them.
Do you make your own cookies at home?
My mum is really, she's trying to get really into baking, so I think she hasn't ventured out and done cookies yet, but she certainly makes a good vanilla or carrot cake.
So where's your dad?
My dad? I don't have one.
I see.
It's quite a complicated story, really.
But you have one, but you don't know where he is.
It's quite a complicated story.
Uh-huh. Well, at least you have a mother that you know.
Yeah, my mum suffices and does everything that a man or woman could and more. My father was in my life, but my mum had a difficult time. I haven't lived with my dad since I was about 12, really. And now my mum looks after me, my brother and my sister on her own. My mum is small, but she's mighty. I think that she is the most powerful woman I have ever met in my life.
I am hoping you be more religious, have a bit more faith when you come back. See things my way.
Probably won't. I reckon if I'm going to take a book, which I probably should, maybe The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins, and I'll read it. When they read me a passage from the Bible, I can read.
That is exactly why you're not taking that book to the Amish land.
Richard Dawkins is a bit
I don't think it's appropriate, okay?
Okay, well that told me. I think it's important to express yourself and do your own thing. I think at all times it's really important to be yourself.
So when you say you don't call yourself a person of faith, what does that mean?
It means I'm an atheist, which is a person who doesn't believe in God.
So what will your answer be to God when Jesus comes?
Well, I don't believe it's going to happen, so I don't really have an answer.
I see. So what if it does happen? What's your answer going to be?
I haven't really thought about it because I don't really believe it.
We have a good and evil book. Do you want to flip through that and try to figure out if God is real?
No, thank you.
You want to keep with your belief?
Yep.
Till you see something better, right?
Not really, Becky. I think I've already said I grew up as a Christian.
Right.
So I'm very, very familiar with the Bible and biblical teachings. I have, however, chosen that that's not the right path for me.
Keep searching. I think at this point she just doesn't think she needs God or whatever. That's what I see in her. If she doesn't know where her daddy is, she definitely has some pain because of that.
When I'm annoyed, I think she's got a very firm view of the way her life is and the way life should be. None of my experiences are the same as hers, and we are two very, very different people, so we probably will never see eye to eye.
On an Amish farm, there's always so much to do in the day, we can't afford to have any late starters.
Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, James. So you guys ready to do some tomato picking today? You just need to get right down to it. Get down on your knees or do whatever it takes to get there. Picking these tomatoes is similar to a marriage. If the person on either side goes over halfway, we get them all picked. If we both just pick a little bit on our side, there's a lot in the middle that aren't picked, you know. Like a marriage, when you both do more than your share, it just works a lot better for some reason.
Interesting. I'll think about that when I eat my tomatoes. Marriage.
You might think about that when you get married, too.
If.
I
think you should try tomato. If you were going to ever try fruit or veg, it should be here. Don't spit it out.
So how'd that go over, James?
Leave it.
It's quite nice. I don't taste like ketchup.
Ketchup's mainly sugar. So do you think it's the hard work and the good food that keeps you healthy?
Well, my personal belief is we're a three-part being. We're spirit, we're soul, and we're body. And when we focus on being healthy, and we focus on the body, we're focusing on about 1/3.
Okay.
But I also believe we need to take care of the soul realm, which is our mind, will, and emotions. And if we have a lot of garbage in there, a lot of hurts, a lot of anger, bitterness, unforgiveness, it will affect our health. I don't care how good you eat. If you're a bitter person, you're not going to be healthy. You are eventually going to get sick. Are we good? Are we good to the end of the row? Good to the barn?
Ephraim spoke about forgiveness, and I'd love to be forgiven if I do something bad, but someone does something like unbelievable to you, I personally would have said, I think they don't deserve forgiveness. And I think a Christian would say that I'm quite wrong because everybody should be able to forgive. I know my mum is one of those people, but I think one thing we will never be able to forgive is perhaps what my father did to us. And what I would just do is I just bury that issue, really. I think I would never be able to forgive that, really.
Every day we thank the Lord for our good horses, for the work they do, the fun they give us, and also for bringing our Amish community together. About once a month we'll gather at a local horse auction.
Try some speed, go around there.
It's a chance for us to catch up, as well as buy a horse or two.
There's probably more $200-300. The back one is a donkey and the first one is a pony. You can see the difference by their ears. If you look at the long ears, that's the donkeys.
It's pretty exciting, I thought, just when you come in and it's so confusing and you've got no idea what's going on. There's the auctioneer.
I thought he was singing.
It does sound a little bit like a country song, I think.
And with horses going at $3,000 a pop, it's not only riveting viewing, there's a particular Amish bidding technique at work.
Was he looking after him? Did we just buy a horse?
I didn't really realise how much horses meant to them. I knew that they rode about on them, and now I really do understand that they are a central point.
It was definitely more kind of exhilarating than I thought it would be.
Girls, are you okay to go to bed? I think it's time.
Well, it's like women's central advice, so good night.
I hope you sleep well. Night, Jamie. When the girls and the boys hug each other goodbye, it surprises me. It's like, why are you touching each other? Because that's meant for husband and wife. It freaks our children out. Sleep good, Hannah.
You too.
Night, night.
If we see temptation getting in the way of our family or friends, we see it as our job to pass on what the Lord judges to be right.
The beauty of not being together with the man sexually is how I would encourage any girl to do her dating years in there.
For me, a little hug or a little sort of high five or like a peck on the cheek even isn't it doesn't feel wrong.
Someone I know shared recently that they don't think it would be that wrong to hold hands. It's an affectionate thing, when you're sitting down chatting. but then it seems to lead to other things. And I think that is why a lot of people would encourage a hands-off courtship.
Don't you think, though, if you do have like sex before marriage, you kind of can learn from that experience and then kind of know what you want, and then kind of when you move on to the other man, you know, your relationship will be stronger because you know what to look for in a man. Don't you think that, or?
No, I don't. I think if you refuse to have sex, then it will put out the ones that want that.
It's probably a bit hypocritical for me to have had sex, but I don't know, it felt right. Me and my boyfriend met on the internet. When I met him, we just sort of clicked and it was lovely. It did go quite fast. It was kind of like, I can't love him now. It was a bit early for that, but I don't know. Just some people you just seem to click with really, really easily.
You said it was going really
quite fast,
but you didn't seem to have a problem with it. You just went, yeah, that's cool.
I do tend to stay more at Mark's house, mainly because I'm allowed to sleep in the same bed as him. I'm from Hackney in East London, and I've always been brought up as a Baptist Christian. My Christian views on marriage are completely different to other people's. Me and my mum really differ on the subject of sex before marriage. For her personally, she had to save herself till marriage, and so I think it's a little bit difficult for her to understand. I think that God created sex, you know, for people who were in love and for something that was a connection between people. So do you think that once you've done the deed, so to speak, it's too late to backtrack? I don't think so.
It's never too late. If someone would ask and you would say, no, I'm going to wait till marriage. You can't tell me, even if they wouldn't kind of mock you, you can't tell me that they wouldn't think, Charlotte has something I want. How can she be so strong? I wish I would have that.
Yeah, no, that'd be wicked. Definitely. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see what happens. We should try it. I'm gonna try it. Let's do it. It's a deal. Let's do it. Yeah. We have like little text messages, so stayed away from sex yet?
Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be funny.
Forgiveness is a value us Amish hold very close to our hearts. Back in 2006, our capacity to forgive was seriously challenged when a local man walked into an Amish school and a tragic event unfolded.
There was a little one-room school. One morning a man shows up and he had a gun. And he basically ordered everyone, to follow his commands. And so he got them to completely board up the schoolhouse and, barricaded himself inside. But the teacher and one of the younger girls managed to slip out.
And they ran for help.
Once he starts to realize that the jig's up, he just starts systematically just shooting them.
The gunman killed 10 young Amish girls before turning the gun on himself.
Those parents that lost their little girls or had their little girls wounded, they choose to publicly forgive the person that did this, that just totally tore their lives apart. And to me, that's a powerful message of forgiveness. If someone can kill your loved one, and you can actually muster up enough of courage through all the pain and grief that you're going through to actually say that, you know what, it is what it is, and I'm not going to carry that, I'm going to forgive him, we're going to move on. To me, that's a courageous example that we should all be able to forgive people in our lives that have hurt us.
I don't know, I think if I was one of those parents, I'd find it quite hard to say, I forgive you.
But could you also agree that it will only continue to hurt you more if you don't forgive him?
You are right. I do agree you're right, but I mean, generally I'm a person who doesn't find much hard to talk about, and I'm pretty open and stuff, but there's a couple of things that I don't, I find really, really hard to talk about that I wouldn't want to ever talk about again. Mm-hmm. So that's how I deal with it, I suppose.
That's how I would have been too, usually.
Yeah?
It doesn't hurt me, I'm tough.
It's not so much like me. Can't lie, yeah.
Finding out if we would never forgive, I have no idea where our marriage would be.
Probably wouldn't be.
Oh dear.
So no, it does take forgiveness.
You've been
To live with
had
people.
spats patches, yeah, spats, big
Oh,
ones.
certainly we can spat.
Actually, we're quite good at it.
Oh dear. I think I kind of like Becky now. Who would have thought? She almost seems like a completely different person now. Or maybe she was this person, but we just had to find a way to see eye to eye. And I think we do have some similarities. We're both very stubborn, it seems. And we're both a bit kind of, well, I'm a bit tough, so whatever kind of attitude. That's very true. I'll admit to that. I can say I stand corrected now. I think that she's got a lot to give. Definitely.
In the Amish community, we really value our parent-child relationship. And so many of us choose to homeschool our children. We teach them everything, from math, Pennsylvanian Dutch, to buggy driving.
I mean, what was the reason behind your decision to homeschool your children?
Probably the biggest reason was the amount of time that they're not with us, that they're actually at school. And we just started doing some math and we figured out in an 8-year education, they're out of our presence for almost 10,000 hours. In a sense, it may seem like we're trying to shelter our children from everything else that's out there, and maybe that is a bit true. But at the same time, we realize that the early years in life are very formative years, and negative influences can affect them for life.
Do you guys prefer being home educated?
Yeah. Very much so. I don't think I want to go back to school again.
Do you feel like you're learning the same amount or
I'd
more?
say maybe even more.
So now, where you went to school, you went to boarding school all your life, or did you start somewhere else?
I went to boarding school from the age of 10 onwards, pretty much.
So that would be 8 years. And so how many days out of the year are you actually away from home?
210, I think.
So we take 210 times 16. Comes out to 3,360 hours per term. Times 8 years comes out to 26,880 hours.
We thought 10,000 was a lot.
I don't think the Bible teaches us that God gives us children and we delegate the responsibility of training them out to someone else. If primarily we're going to say, look, I'll pay you to educate my child, or I'll pay you to babysit my child, I personally don't believe in that.
As we leave school at 14 and have been helping Dad out ever since we can remember, for us boys, it's only natural to follow in our father's footsteps.
If you could have any job in the world, this is any job giving you a massive free pass here, what would you pick?
I don't know. I kind of like construction, but I don't know what I'd pick. Probably construction or concrete.
That would be your job.
Yeah.
So I think back home, if I was to ask an 11-year-old if he could have any job, what he'd pick, they'd probably say a footballer or like I don't know, a millionaire. That'd be their job. If you had the option to never work again, but you had a lot of money, so you could do everything you wanted for fun, would you take that?
Probably not.
No?
I'd rather work too. Yeah.
What is it that you like so much about working then?
I guess I grew up just working a lot, and I guess I just learned to like it.
Even at 11 years old, he's got this real strong work ethic. You know, I think when I was 11, thinking about things like working hard is going to make it more satisfying was not something I would even sort of, you know, imagine to contemplate. It was just, you know, when I was 11, I was thinking about having fun.
But life isn't all work and prayer. We recognize the importance of having some fun time with our children too.
That guy needs to have his love tank filled up. He's just doing all kinds of basically crazy stuff to try to get attention. And all he needs is an hour or two of unconditional love, and his love tank fills up and he's fine. He can run off and play. Nathaniel? How come you dog right around?
Another way of filling up our love tanks is taking time to listen to each other, to share our joys and sorrows.
I'm so thankful that I don't find myself today in a situation married to a second or third wife. I think that's powerful. These boys and girls that are growing up in broken homes, there's many things that they're not contributing to society like they could.
A lot of the time, and maybe in my case, I think that the role of the man never filled it ever. I personally don't feel any worse off than anybody else. I think I've done just fine, and I think my life is just fine.
You have a good home?
My family home will differ slightly to an Amish family home in terms of, I wouldn't for a minute say it wasn't as strong, but in terms of its actual logistics, my mum and dad split up. When I was 13 or 14, my parents split up. My dad moved away. I think my mum brought us up all very well. There was 5 of them, so she had quite a lot of buggies, but she done it well. I wouldn't change her, even if I could. For me, when my parents sort of split up, it was difficult, but I felt my life was still quite stressful, and it was actually easier to not see him completely. I mean, I genuinely can't remember when I last saw him. I think it was around 2 years ago.
So how has that affected your life?
It hasn't.
It hasn't affected it?
No, I'm the same person now that I would be had my parents have not fallen apart like they did.
How do you know that you wouldn't be different if your dad would have continued to live there?
I think one parent can do the job of 2 in terms of teaching moral values and things like that. I just genuinely sort of believe that I don't think I've missed out on anything. That it is such a common thing back home.
I think it is so great that you don't feel that you missed out. You're not growing up with, I didn't have a daddy or I didn't have a mommy and therefore I'm here where I am. You know, you don't have that mindset. You're going to make the best of it where you are. And I thank each one of you for that. I think that's very great.
I was quite shocked that so many of them thought that it's just okay to have a single parent home. That's kind of the way things are done in our country, and it's not unusual, it's not unheard of, it's actually okay. To me, that was shocking. I think it will motivate me to try to be a good papa, because there's many areas I can improve on, many areas. So.
Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
You've got a very angelic voice.
It is actually quite. There's an interesting line about black, yellow, and all that white.
It's black and yellow.
That's quite interesting. I was just wondering, earlier you said something today. I just wanted to ask you why you thought that. You said something about, I know you said that you find black people scary, and I just wanted to know why you said that and why you feel that, really.
Well, this is sort of because they're black, and I am afraid of the darkness, so...
Okay.
So that's why I find black people scary.
Why is that? Is that because you've never seen a black person before?
I've seen hordes of black people in my life.
Oh yeah? And all of them are scary?
No.
No? I think I'm just interested to know where these ideas came from, really.
Okay, let's move on.
Shocking.
Yeah, one word. She's a child, but it's quite ironic that she's been taught a song saying that all people are equal, and then straight after she comes out with stuff like that, so don't really know what to say, really.
On Saturdays, we like to reward the family's work on the farm by having some good, clean fun with the community.
What were you doing today? I was sewing all day.
Sewing all day?
It's the perfect opportunity to share our food and make new friends.
My name's Junior.
Hello, I'm Charlotte.
And you're Becky's brother?
Yes.
And you are Becky's dad?
These times are an occasion when it's acceptable for us boys to talk with the girls, and for the girls to discuss whether they're up to date with their duties.
I like housework. I love cleaning.
No housework! I reckon a chore's a chore because it's not fun.
I actually like to race with the clock.
Like time
Goal,
yourself.
like, I want to get this chore done until a certain time.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, it's such a good, optimistic way of looking at things that are not necessarily the best in life.
Why don't you like housework?
I like difference. I like change. I hate routine. And I think that housework is routine.
I've kind of been told I have to do them because I'm a female. In my life, every day I try to learn something new.
You're learning patience if you're doing that.
You're good. I like your attitude to that. It's a massively admirable attitude.
Like most of the Amish women, they don't have a job. They just raise children and
do their housework.
Yeah, the housework is basically their job. So if we don't learn to like it now, then when will we learn to like it?
Well, this evening was definitely a stark contrast to what the rest of the day's been like. It was nice for me to be able to chat and laugh and forget about Martha's strange ideas about people of different ethnicity. Restored my faith in this community again, I suppose.
Sunday is a day we really look forward to. Not only is it the day of rest, but for many Amish youth, it's the time they can meet the opposite sex.
I'm pretty nervous because I don't actually know. I don't know how talkative he's going to be, and if it's just me and him like sat in a buggy, like what do you do?
Sure, what he's looking for in an Amish bride?
Vaseline?
Yeah.
Smooth? Usually I'd take like quite a while to get ready, but this is the quickest time I've ever got ready in my whole life when I'm kind of about to chat to a boy. Oh!
Hey, Charlotte. How you doing?
Do you need help?
Want to have a buggy ride?
Yes!
Really?
Oops.
When you're on a date, do you kind of think if she's marriage material? Is that what you have in your mind?
Yeah, I wouldn't date a person that I wouldn't think that I would possibly want to marry.
Dating at home it's not what I want it to be. I like the way you date, and I find your way very commendable, because also the whole, sexual encounters, I think it's really good that you wait until marriage.
Yeah, as far as purity, I think that's very important in relationships, because it only causes heartaches and stuff, like if people have sexual encounters before they're married. And
I am not going to have any more sex before marriage. I already feel more confident before I came out here. I wouldn't have thought that. But now I've made my mind up, and I think this decision is right for me. I really can say no.
As our English friend's time with Ephraim and his family is drawing to a close, it's never too late to raise those burning issues and put them to rest.
Do you have 5 minutes?
5 minutes?
Real time.
Always.
Can I have a quick chat with you?
Sure.
It's quite an uncomfortable issue for me, and I understand it's probably quite a sensitive issue. Like earlier on in the week we were out in the fields, and Martha said a couple of comments like, well, she's scared of darkness, and she believes that, she believes because of that, she should be scared of black people, and she thinks, she associates them with being like bad people and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I'm very grateful that you brought it to my attention. It's certainly not my view, so I'm not sure where that came from. It's something we need to definitely discuss with her. Have you been able to forgive her for saying that?
I was really hurt at first, and I did find it quite hard to look at her and be around her. Yeah, which is, I feel bad about saying, but I felt really uncomfortable being in the same room as her after she said it. But I thought about it. I went to bed. I woke up, and so yeah, I was able to forgive, really.
What I've learned in my life is that if I'm going to allow other people to hurt me by their thoughts or remarks or whatever, that's going to be pain in my life. They're going to walk away and they're never going to know the difference. If someone has hurt you, or there's hurts that you've stuffed because I'm not going to deal with them, I'm just going to be tough, as long as they're in there and someone says something like that, it's going to attach, it's going to bang, it's going to trip. It's going to trip you up. Okay, and the challenge is, and I'm not taking away anything from what Martha did, that was wrong. I apologize for that. The reason that you got offended is because of some buried hurt that's in your life. And that one will return to England with you, unless you get rid of it.
I think you're right.
And I don't want to take you on a guilt trip or anything. That's not my intention. My intention is only to challenge you, and I know you're open-minded, and I think you're going to find a way through it.
Oh, you're brilliant, you are. Well, you know what, Ephraim, I think I'm going to miss you. Just a little bit. Earlier on in the week, I just couldn't stand being here, really, and now I see things a lot clearer, and actually, unknowingly, I've kind of gone through the process of forgiveness, and I feel a lot better and a lot happier. So, yeah. I don't know what to make of that, really. I just find that quite interesting. I've sort of been through a very important process without really realising that I have.
First, I felt that there was definitely something that didn't connect with Sienna, but I think something has changed within her. And if she can forgive her dad, so much more things are just going to unfold within her. And yes, I see a very big potential in her.
But I haven't had the best overall opinion of men. And so to come here and meet so many very, very good men who respect their wives and know their duties as a man and as a husband and as a father, and I am astounded and very privileged to have seen that, and I'm glad that I've seen that, because it almost puts some of my bitter feelings to rest. To an extent, they've restored my faith.
Sienna, if and when and if you ever do get married, would you invite us to your wedding?
Well, I'll think about it. No, of course I'll invite you. Get the seats at the front. Well, maybe Becky gets a seat at the front and you behind. Who says this is going to happen?
We'll pray for you.
Okay, do it.
If we can teach our English friends some Amish goodness, we feel most blessed.
I think something I've noticed after hanging out with Ephraim and sort of all his family is that their family bond is sort of glues together their whole lives. It's quite romantic just to sort of see like a family working like that, seeing it so strong and like really stable.
Their week spent with another Amish community has made some deep impressions. But some habits just don't change.
You should hear John Martin.
And sometimes the most unexpected friendships are made.
Yes, thank you very much. Take care of yourself. You're too tall, darling. You be good, okay?
One thing I'm going to miss is just sitting down and taking time out to just have some of these interesting conversations. And that really make you search and make you think what do you believe, you know, what really is the truth in this.
Mixed vegetables, yeah.
That was kind of fun.
I want to do a vegetarian chili.
We have decided that we would have no more sex until we're married.
I always feel like you just make this decision almost in the heat of the moment. That I said something to you.
I'm thinking about
alright.
Do you think
some white rice and some vegetables?
I say no.
I'm sure they will, but if they do, then
So,
it kind
yeah.
of shows that they're mature and you wouldn't want to be with them anyway.
Me personally, I'm not open to that.
Yeah, I took three bowls of that. There's only one bowl.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You'll get to see the sports and tour Amish. They're probably the most traditional, the most conservative that you'll find around here. Oh, that's your bathtub.
I'm surprised that the rules are so strict. There's going to be a long list of rules.
So two people just sit there and do their thing.
Yeah.
You take a stand up to the ground.
Yeah.
That's the day.
First time I've seen an Amish in the team Twitter, so I could do like this.
I kind of like my clothes back.
Learn more about the Amish way of life on channel4.com/Amish. Coming up, the world watched as the rioters went mental, a Channel 4 drama based on real testimony, London's burning.
You could say us Amish are strange and old-fashioned folk, what with our buggies, beards, and barn raisings. But to tell you the truth, we feel pretty blessed with the richness of our lives.
Wow.
Last year, 5 of our Amish teenagers were invited to experience life in Great Britain. Now we'd like to show some hospitality back and welcome some young English folk to come share in the pleasures of our Amish life.
Good morning, guys.
My name's Jonathan, and my wife Marietta and I were most privileged to be the first to host our British friends. Over the last few weeks, they've stayed with several different brethren from Pennsylvania to Ohio to get a true taste of just how us plain folk live. Now in their final week, we have one last treat in store. I sincerely hope that in the time spent with us Amish, our new friends will have plenty they can take back home with them to England. From the great rewards of working hard and working together, to the simple pleasures of a plain life.
That's amazing.
And having faith in your heart and family close by your side. As the teenagers prepare to leave the Amish, they're going to meet some families who have also left the Amish, but have decided to keep much of our plain simple way of life. And I pray that after meeting them, our young friends might choose to do the same. First up is the Miller family from Richland County. They've recently left their church, but they hold many of the traditional Amish values close to their hearts.
We have 13 children altogether, ranging in ages from 28 to 2. Martha being the 28-year-old, and Josiah, the 2-year-old.
Okay, this is my room, and 2 of you girls can sleep in here.
Your room is amazing.
My room isn't always this clear.
I like this, Martha.
As soon as I walk into like an Amish home, I feel like I should change because I just
Oh,
feel
really?
that face. Yeah, even though it's me, I don't know. It's quite strange.
Can't say I'm with you on that.
Let's transform, girly girlies.
After leaving their old order church, Martha and 2 of her sisters are now joining a local new order church, so they continue to follow the Amish rules, such as those on modesty.
I like to see them without their makeup. And as far as their clothes, showing breasts and wearing too short of a dress, that would feel like I might be tempting some man to lust after my own body.
Hey there, Amish dress. I love this dress.
You love the dress, have you, Charlotte?
Might as well hurry up too.
Oh, I always do this to myself.
That does not look right.
Well, you looked in this one.
Oh, that's Andrew as well, yeah.
Without the Amish church for guidance, families such as Iris must find their own way of doing things.
I noticed that sort of these clothes seem a bit more not what we're used to when it comes to Amish clothing. So which of your family drive?
Andrew, me, and Dad.
Do you like driving?
I drive like an hour, 20 minutes every day to work.
How long does that take on a horse and cart?
Probably around Probably 6 hours maybe.
I think I'm finding it a bit confusing. They're like halfway between like being Amish and not being Amish. Would you call these this family Amish though?
I don't know them well enough to decide if they're Amish or not, but you don't have to live in a Stone Age. They like this sort of slow-paced life, but you can have a slow-paced life with technology. It'll be interesting to find out if we chat with Ira and see what he sees himself as.
Meal times are an important part of our day. We give thanks and eat together, no matter how many of us there are.
How big are your families?
It's me, my brother, my sister, and my mum. We live in London.
In town, London?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, how do you feel about the quietness of the countryside?
I like, sort of having a slow-paced life, but I can't have it as a permanent thing. I really like being busy.
But you were raised that way too, because when you're used to the quiet of the countryside, you cannot. City life does not appeal to you.
All of us Amish live by rules made by the church. These are set out in what we call the Ordnung. You could see it as a sort of guide to the way we live.
Go straight down, just kind of work it back and forth.
Ira Miller fell out with his church by questioning the rules of the Ordnung and decided to move his family to another state. But as far as I can see, in most ways, he's still living the Amish way. Plain and simple.
Which kind of aspects of your life would you say are still Amish?
I'd say most of it. It's still a part of our life. It's still so many things that we don't want to really leave. We want to instill that in our children too.
I was wondering if you could explain the kind of the technology sort of rules in your house as such.
To deal with having technology in the house or not having it is where we find our biggest battle in life. Because when we were in the Amish, we had lines where we knew we had to be. When you're removed from an Amish church system, you're forced to daily make decisions. To live this kind of lifestyle without a church is actually a challenge on our part.
Becky Schrock was raised in the strictest and most secretive order we know. But just like the Millers, her family eventually decided to leave the church.
Okay, so boys, this is Becky.
So nice to meet you.
Becky still has relatives inside the community and has agreed to take our teenagers deep into uncharted Amish territory.
How I grew up. Have you ever heard of the Swartzentruber Amish?
What
Swartzentruber? They're probably the most traditional, the most conservative that you'll find around here. No electricity, no power, no shower, outhouses. What you're going to do this afternoon, I have some cousins that are excited to see you. And it's actually pretty amazing that you get to go to a place where they still live like that.
100 years ago, the Swartzentrubers decided they wanted to live an even simpler life than the rest of us Old Order Amish, with even fewer newfangled gadgets. So they broke away from us and started their own group. Not many people get to meet the Swartzentrubers, as they live a separate life, cut off from the rest of the world. In fact, they're so cut off that even we Amish hardly know them. Levi, Jerry, and Ben are 3 young men who have lived in the Swartzentruber Amish all their lives, but have begun to question some of the strict rules laid down by their church.
It's Jerry Schrock. I'm Jordan. Nice to meet you.
James. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Jordan.
I'm Levi.
Nice to meet you. We don't meet people from another country every day, so this is like a first for us.
Yeah.
We're from the bottom of the Amish church, which is like the
strictest
yeah, that's the word.
What makes it such a strict order?
We can start on it. There's a long list of rules.
There's a long list of them.
They're very strict, really. They pretty much control everything.
From our clothes to our houses that we live in. They even have a rule on how wide your hats are supposed to be. Well, basically we decided to do some camping over the weekend.
We'll get them set up and then we'll cook us some supper.
If the bishops or the elders of the Swartzentruber Church knew that we were talking to your
teenagers, they would really, really frown in disbelief that we're doing something like that.
Let's have just a short little prayer.
We Amish believe that you should seek the good Lord's will in all you do, and that He will show us the path to take. Our teenagers are spending some time with people who have decided to leave their Amish church, but still choose to follow the simple life we cherish.
Was it a big shock going from that strict community and then kind of being free from this kind of box?
Yeah, it was. It took us a while to sort of, come out of the box. It takes a while till you want to try things. At first it was almost like scary,
Since we do have phones, especially, our lives have really sped up. Because if you wanted to do something on a Friday evening, you'd better get a letter in the mailbox on Monday morning, at the latest.
How does it make you feel that, everything's kind of speeding up in a way?
It makes me feel like everything's out of control, and it's just like life is just flying by or throwing things at me, and I can't cope with them that fast.
You're so used to just your laid-back life, and it's really hard to not just get all worked up over when things just go by so fast. I mean, you can leave the Amish, but it takes a while for the Amish to leave you.
Becky was raised as a Schwarzentrooper. They are known as the Amish Order with the toughest rules of all. She sent the boys to meet up with their Schwarzentrooper cousins, Levi and Jerry, who are themselves now questioning some of the rules laid down by their church.
How often do you go camping?
I've only went camping once. It's something that goes against the rules to go
camping?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the rules are so strict.
That's gonna.
Like they even extend to camping. And,
like we said, there's going to be a long list of rules.
So do you break a lot of rules or not really?
I guess to tell you the truth, if they're looking, yeah, we try to follow the rules. But if they're not looking, then we kind of do what we have to do.
Yeah. If you break enough of the rules, or
you get kicked out of church.
You get kicked out of church. Then your family and your parents are supposed to shun you, and they're not supposed to associate with you.
Both of us, we have been kicked out of church.
If we don't come back to them and repent to them, we really can't be with in their church.
The fact I go to Eton, and obviously it is an institution and there are rules which you have to follow, but I feel like the rules of my school there is always like a reason of I can make sense of it all, but here it just it just seems nonsensical. It seems illogical that they have these ridiculously rigid rules.
Father in heaven, thank you again for this wonderful, beautiful, lovely day that we're seeing that this is coming to an end. Amen.
It is really good.
It's important, I think, to have a family meal. We don't eat in shifts.
No.
It's just, can you imagine what it would be like for my mom? She'd be like running a restaurant or something.
Becky, how big is your family? My mum and dad had 12 children. 20 years of childcare. Sounds stressful. They call themselves progressive, which I really like, but they have got the kind of typical Amish things, they're rural living, they grow their own vegetables and things like that, they've got a really big family, and I've come through the few weeks learning that there are just, fundamental things that make you Amish. They seem to feel it in their heart to me.
Now we Amish take our rules really seriously, and when someone refuses to follow them, the punishment is excommunication, which we call shunning.
What does it actually mean to get shunned? What are your limitations?
You can't eat with your family. Like your parents, they can't accept anything. Like if I'm holding this cup, he wants it, I can't hand it to him. Or if I'm holding my little baby girl, he can't get her from me. When we go to church, we have to kind of sit in the back. It's kind of funny because right now it's like half the church is sitting in the back. Because like half of us are being shunned right now. So
How did you get to this situation now?
Why we're excommunicated is because of him.
Because of me?
We stuck up for you. He bought a machine to cut pallet boards.
They actually came to the sawmill and looked at this piece of equipment to see if it qualifies. This piece of equipment is not run by any electric, it's run by a gasoline engine. Then after a while they decided there's a part on this piece of equipment that needs to come off. So some of us youngers just said, no, we're not going to put up with that, and they said, well, you can't be in our church anymore.
Do you still have to follow all the rules, or are you allowed to sort of do more or less what you want?
We necessarily don't have to follow the rules. It's up to us, but they still want us to follow the rules because they actually want us to come back and repent to them. We are supposed to feel guilty. They put us in this situation, you know, because we stuck up for what we thought was right.
I definitely had, a huge amount of sort of admiration towards these four, and they're like a group of radicals, and even though they're being shunned by their family and shunned by their friends, and they have to go against everything they've been taught. So obviously that requires a huge amount of courage.
Hey, Jordan. Jordan, time to get up. Time to get day started. We got eggs and bacon going for you.
Should be good getting to know them a bit better. Obviously last night there was a lot of kind of negative connotations, so I'm kind of intrigued what sort of positive pulls are of the Swartz and Truber kind of group.
So are we going fishing today?
Yeah, there's a pond just back there a little bit, nice sized pond.
Is there like an Amish limit on how many?
Not really, no.
The one thing we're not restricted on.
Okay. There's no rule on that then.
No.
Leaving the Amish is not something we do lightly. It often means leaving your loved ones behind. After questioning the rules of his church, Ira uprooted his family and moved them to another state.
You know, actually, it's quite interesting because, like, for instance, Martha, how old are you again?
28.
Because you're the first that I've met so far who's, like, over 21 and haven't been engaged or with someone who they're going to marry and stuff like that. Has no one ever caught your eye or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
She's like, you've gone with a guy for how many years and they broke up?
When we lived in Wisconsin for 2 years before we moved here. And he didn't want to come with us. He chose his family over me, so. But it was hard for him. And it was hard for me, too. But I respected him and his choice.
She did have to leave loved ones behind, and I know how I'd feel, you know, if I had to leave my family all behind and had to start a new life, and it would be awful, and, you know, I could really feel that Martha, it was extremely hard for her, and I completely understand that. You know that your brother drives a vehicle. Would you say that, you know, he doesn't believe in the Amish way of life as much as you do, perhaps?
I don't really know, because he is obviously, he has more of the technology that I don't want a part of. Well, my brothers are on Facebook.
Do you wish that your brothers kind of didn't have that option of
I do.
internet?
It makes me sad, because I think, what an opportunity as a young teenager to spend all that free time that they have. How happy I would be to spend all that time they spend on their phones just studying the Bible. And I'm like, guys, you've got such an opportunity. You're living under Dad's roof. You don't have to support yourself. You might as well be doing these things instead of those vain, empty things.
What do you think has tempted them?
it's exciting to explore all the different aspects out there, you know. All those on YouTube, once they get on YouTube or on Facebook checking everything, it takes a lot of time. And it's interesting. It's I don't know. But I had to try it out for myself to know that I would rather have the life I had been living.
In the Amish church, we are taught that God created woman to be a helper to man. When Ira challenged the church, Martha followed her father as the head of the family.
It was a very hard situation because they excommunicated us. And even now, most of our family, I can't be back and forth with each other. And it's hard. My mom, she came from a family of 14. Most of her sisters, we can't be together. And look at how our family, we miss our family.
When we Amish lose a member of our flock, we always leave the doors open in the hope that they'll return.
We can come back to the church, but we would have to come to them, to the leaders, and confess that we were wrong.
And also prove to them that we are willing to follow their rules. It's a very hard decision to make, you know, whether we want to go back and try to please the Amish or do what we think is right, you know.
What's that?
It's a crappie. Now that's a nice crappie there.
You still seem to be following, most of the kind of strict rules and regulations. I was wondering why.
There's rules I still follow, and there's rules I don't. I don't have a problem to wear these kind of clothes, so I guess that's why I'm still wearing the clothes. But when it comes to work, I don't agree that everything has to be done with hand tools. I mean, I don't see it wrong driving with a vehicle to go to work or to go to town to do shopping and that kind of stuff. The way I see it, you got to use common sense what you do, I guess.
There are many good things about the Amish way of life, the family values, the cultural values, the friendships that can be created and things like that. When we hear about all these issues, we kind of think, surely you just break away straight away. But it's just never quite as easy as we think it might seem.
The girls must now say goodbye to Martha and her family.
Oh, I feel that the stay was too short.
I know, it was too short. This is a devotional book for every day of the year.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Hopefully it'll help you in your journey to walk with the Lord.
Bye, girls.
They're now off to Ashland County to meet up with the families of the Schwarzentrooper men who've been out camping with the boys. Cousin Becky has arranged to meet them there and show them around a genuine Schwarzentrooper house.
Knock, knock.
Hello.
So, Sienna. Nice to meet you. Hello, your name is? Mary. Lena. Lena. Hello, Lena. Nice to meet you, Sienna.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to be back in a Schwarzentrooper house again. It's been a while.
The rules state that the houses should have no decoration. All the curtains must be of a dark color, and there must be no electricity or running water.
Okay, this is the dry thing where we used to do our dishes. We got like a pump to pump the water.
So when you're done with the water, would you just put it outside somewhere?
Yeah. You can just grab the bowl and go for
it
it.
out somewhere.
Just anywhere.
Oh, that's your bathtub?
Yeah, this is the bathroom right here, and we bring it in here and heat the water on this right here.
How long would this process of making a nice hot bath? How long would it take to get it all ready?
Start to finish, it takes a couple hours to do it.
That's such a long thing, right?
So what do you use to take the baths at home?
We have a walk-in shower that you just stand there, turn it on, and
it seems like it shouldn't be so hard to take a bath. But I guess it's just one of their rules. That's why they do it this way, Right here, this is our outhouse. There's two of them, and then there's a small one like for little kids.
So 2 people would just sit there and do their thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never see when I go to the toilet.
Yeah, it's like private time.
We take it so much for granted.
Yeah, massively.
In Genesis, God said, "Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you," which makes hunting one of our favorite pastimes. no matter how small the prey.
Okay, boys, we're going down the woods now to go squirrel hunting. So, have you guys ever been squirrel hunting?
No, I haven't.
No.
So is hunting part of the Amish life then?
I think it's part of the Amish life. To me, it's just so nice to be out, get out here, just enjoy the outdoors. If they would do away with some of their rules and make my life a little bit easier, I'd have a hard time walking away from it,
Well, I think we've been talking for long enough.
The squirrels are probably just running wild over on the other side of that hill there.
We'll go ahead and start walking down this trail here. I was out here this morning. I shot 2 squirrels right in this area this morning. Probably gonna have them for dinner. They were a little bit on the small side, but they're pretty good.
Do you only really get one shot for the squirrel?
Actually, the one squirrel it took 3 shots for the one squirrel, and then the second one only took 1 shot. You hear one?
Yeah, I hear one.
It might be a chipmunk. Chipmunks also make that sound. I'm going to walk up here a little bit, and then I think we'll just sit up here for a little while.
How do you eat the squirrels?
I like to fry them in a frying pan for about 15-20 minutes or something like that. 1 squirrel might be enough for about 1 person for about 1 meal. My dad used to hunt, and then my oldest brother started hunting when he was around 12 years old. I remember years ago, my dad had a real good hunting dog. I mean, we could take that dog out, and he would get on a rabbit trail, and he wouldn't get off that trail until we had that rabbit.
Do you miss being able to go hunting with your dad?
That's just one of the things that you're going to have to deal with, when you get into a situation like this. So yeah, I do miss it.
These guys seem to be kind of stuck right in the heart of the most conservative and the most traditional Amish order. But having to fight against the rules and regulations and have been shunned by family, it's quite a big price to pay, I think. So clearly they're going through a very, an impossibly hard decision.
Our English visitors have been spending time with a group of young Schwarzentroopers who have been shunned for breaking the rules. The devil makes work for idle hands. So with the boys now back at Jerry's homestead, there's a chance to brush up on some hunting skills.
Bullseye, right in the center.
Yeah. You've got quite a lot of problems with the church at the moment. Would you say you're being quite rebellious going against them?
If you would ask the Schwarzentrooper leaders of our church, I'm sure they would say I'm rebellious, but the Schwarzentrooper rules are not based on the Bible. If they're not based on the Bible, then I have a hard time to follow them rules,
You wouldn't say you're being rebellious. You'd sort of maybe think you're within your right to disagree with what they want you to do. If you decide to leave the church, would it be hard for you if you can't see your parents?
Me and my wife, we do realize, it's gonna be difficult.
I just can't agree with it anymore.
I think I can relate to them in the idea of being sort of away from your family. I don't see my dad. That's a conscious decision from my behalf. I mean, if I wanted to, I could see him. But I think if they were to stay away from the Schwarzentrooper church, I think they miss their family. It would be a very hard decision to make.
It's a blessing for us Amish to live on the fruits of our labor, and nothing must go to waste. Lena, who is married to one of the Schwarzentrooper rebels, has roped Becky and the girls into some traditional Amish housekeeping.
So what is it about sort of Amish lifestyle that you've kept and that you really still enjoy? This? Canning. Yeah. Done canning for quite a few weeks now, and if I'm being brutally honest, I find it really dull. It's maybe fun for a novelty or something,
Well, if you have big families, it take a lot of money to eat out of the supermarket.
I would say it's direct opposite of the outside American society,
you try to
British
save
society.
as much as you can, whereas we're more about spending as much as you can. And it's not just food,
Yeah.
It's more like dressing the best and having having the best car and having the best house.
Oh, survival of the fittest, and that includes like being the biggest, the best.
I mean, I still have all the sort of good things that I appreciate from what I've grown up with, and a lot of times we're too consumed with the things we want to see what we have. And I think the quality of life doesn't lie in having the best of everything.
We've introduced our English friends to many of our favorite Amish pastimes. It's also interesting for us to find out what enticements may be found in the outside world.
I've got my iPod with me.
iPad, okay.
Do you wanna listen to it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to.
I'll give you one, and it'll be quite loud.
That is some music. What kind of music you call this?
I think that's rock.
I don't think it would be my favorite music. Do you have a mobile phone or?
Yeah, I've got a phone.
Do you have it with you?
I do, yeah. One of the applications I've got on here is an app for Twitter.
Twitter, okay.
Do you know what Twitter is?
Twitter, I really don't know. I really don't know anything about that. So.
You write something on there, which you
I
decide
see.
to share with the world. Do you want to write a tweet?
Well, to who would I write it to?
That's it. They're very open things. You don't write it to anyone, but you write it to, I guess, everyone. What do you think, given the chance, in this box with 140 characters, you'd write?
I'd probably write what I'm doing right now. That I'm sitting next to a couple of guys that are from another country.
Yeah.
Obviously, you could probably spend a lot of time on there, which time nowadays seems to be kind of valuable sometimes.
Yeah, I'll bring it over here.
There's technology that I wouldn't bother too much with as far as modern and pleasure and that kind of stuff. No, I don't have a desire in that.
My usage of my phone has definitely sort of declined after being here for so long. I sort of turned it on and I was sort of bombarded with messages and stuff that I wasn't really that interested in. So I think I definitely have not fell out of love with it, but maybe we sleep on different sides of the bed.
Would you like to try on the cardigan?
Okay, I'll put it on. Yeah, I wouldn't want to wear it every day, but I definitely put it on just to see what I look like.
Yeah, sure. Let's see how it fits me here. Oh, first time I've seen an Amish one in a pink sweater, I think. There we go. So that's actually that'd be kind of nice at times, but if you're working, wouldn't you get dirt in these pockets here? But yeah, I like the cuffs on it. That's a nice feature you got. And this here, is this a hood? Yeah, I could put it over my hat. I have to take my hat off. So. Like this here, huh? So I could do like this.
Yeah, like an arm
Any good Amish woman will tell you that a day spent canning beans and quilt making is a day well spent. Makes perfect sense to me, but our teenage friends have decided to show Cousin Becky and Lena how they like to spend an afternoon back in England.
I really have not been to a lot of huge shopping malls in my life. It must be nice for you, especially to have that freedom to just get what you want, really. And you know that you can have it now. You know there's not any restrictions.
Yeah, but it's also more responsibility, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think of the look of it?
I think it's alright. I mean, I haven't been inside yet, so I don't know yet.
On the outside, though, there's like a lot to choose from, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty clueless, actually.
This is an example of something that you might like, but don't necessarily
need a phone cover.
Phone covers, why don't you want to cover the phone? You have to take it out to use it.
No, most people just think it looks kind of cool.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't really go for it. Or,
not into it.
You put that on your belly button.
Oh, not me.
I don't know, I've never been into a piercing thing. I never really thought that's so cool.
I'm just starting to feel depressed.
Why are you feeling depressed? You know what it makes me feel like? All these things are out there to get you. It just drives me nauseous. I don't know what else but nauseous. You have all this stuff. Just because I know how it is not to have all this stuff, it's so much more simple. And you walk past and just like, oh, that is so nice. I wasn't going to get it, but I got it anyways now because I just saw it.
It gets me actually, because when I walk past an advertisement of a girl and she's dressed really nicely and her makeup's amazing, you kind of think in your mind, like, actually, I'd like to look like that. I am always wanting to look better. Because it gives me this confidence, and I know it shouldn't be like that, but it's really hard to get it out of my head. Being with the Amish, I actually realise that I am a bit obsessive about the way I look.
You talk about freedom, you talk about being free from the restriction that I grew up with, but when you come out, there's so much choice, and you can also be restricted by that. It can kind of consume you, and so that's not freedom either. So really, where is freedom? I think it all comes down to the choices you make. Obviously, you can choose what you want to look for, what's important in your life. I mean, take Charlotte. Is she free, or is she enslaved to following fashion and trying to measure up to the standards of people around her?
The decision to leave any Amish church is the biggest any of us will ever have to make. And as head of his family, Levi has much to consider.
What are your sort of plans for the future? Do you think you're going to rejoin the church?
Right now, in my mind, I'm thinking to someday be away from the Swarthmore True Amish Church or any kind of Amish church.
So you'd like to leave the churches completely?
Yeah. If in my mind, you know, I'd like to completely leave the Amish church, to be honest with you.
Are there parts of maybe an English lifestyle you'd like to maybe embrace?
Right now, what I'm thinking is, you know, if I completely leave the Amish, you know, I kind of like to take the Amish culture and mix it in a little bit with the English culture. I think that would make a real good life, or you know, a real good thing.
Ideally, I'd like to think that he does get to create this English-Amish mix. I think it's going to come down to how his family responds to his proposition of moving out of the church.
We already know, you know, you know, we already kind of know what the situation is going to be, you know, if we do decide to leave the Amish. So, you know, my dad, he would hardly talk to him. Well, I mean, he talks a little bit, but he would hardly talk to him, you know.
I think if I was posed with not seeing my mum, I think I'd find that quite a scary thought almost. My dad, on the other hand, it's sort of you know, I don't see him through choice as it is.
Was there like a divorcement or anything, or is
yeah.
Okay. What you're talking about is something that we Amish never had any experience with, you know.
In England, I don't know a lot of people who don't see any of their parents. Although you might not see divorce, we don't see excommunication.
That's really interesting to realize that an Amish guy like me, you know, or an English guy like you know, has to deal with the same circumstances in some ways, you know.
It's almost time for our young guests to leave behind their newfound friends and head back to England. In fact, these young Schwarzentroopers may soon be on their own journey. They still wish to follow the Bible and lead a plain life, but to be set free of some of the rules of their strict Amish order.
I definitely think that, you know, they won't ever forget their core values of living an Amish lifestyle. I envy it, actually. They value the most important things. But I just think it would be so much simpler if they could just switch a light bulb, you know, on, or just turn a tap.
All the folks have gathered back at the Schwarzentrooper homestead for a final evening of fun and frolics.
What do you think of our outfits?
Be as honest as you like.
Yeah, I think they're great. It would be great to wear them, or, you know, I would definitely try that out.
Oh,
This here is the Sunday dress, and one of you girls want to try it on?
Well, I didn't mind. You can try mine on.
I didn't really expect her to just, oh yeah, I'll try it on here.
She was probably thinking, oh, I did that many times behind people's
Behind the
backs.
scenes, yeah. You guys look very innocent.
It's so small and she's a giant.
I think it's cool.
Like, would you be comfortable in something like that if you were not bound by the rules?
To get used to it, I probably want it a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
before I walk around with two short ones.
Yeah.
It was different. I mean, I've never seen her wearing clothes like that. You know, my honest opinion on it, you know, I wouldn't want to see a short dress like that, you know, on my wife, I guess.
I kind of like my clothes
Oh, you can have them back.
Yeah.
If you do what feels right, then own your style. Philips One Blade. Your style made simple. There's always a way to make life better.
Now you're at this kind of stage and almost that transition point. What would you say you've discovered?
To me, Amish seem to be very, or they can be very smart and talented.
Right, yeah.
If they want to, you know.
But they don't have a lot of opportunity to
Right,
sort of
exactly.
develop it. There's a lot of people that jump the fence and just go completely wild.
Yeah.
You know, they just throw everything out and they just totally rebel.
We all at one point in time saw that there's more to life than just being rebels, you know. I really, you know, somewhere I really think that we took a turn for the better, and I'm glad we did.
I really enjoyed being down with you.
Jill? I love the way the Amish live their lives and they see, you know, how strong of a connection they have with things that are really valuable instead of makeup and clothes. And I think that's the main thing that I'm going to take from living with the Amish.
Goodbye. Well, nice to meet you.
What we've learned has been quite special because I think a friendship was formed between all of us. And although it was quite a short trip meeting them, it was a goodbye where I actually felt like I will miss them because they were genuinely nice people.
I think I learned quite a bit from them. It was quite an experience.
Oh yeah.
I was just so happy that they got to experience this. You know, that this actually real people still live like this. And I really hope that they learn things that they can sort of apply to their own life.
I believe someone wise once said that it is good to have an end to journey towards, but it is the journey that matters in the end. With our friends now back in England, we hope they have taken much from their own journey and will forever keep a little Amish in their hearts.
When I got back, I was due to start a job quite soon after, and I didn't feel like that was the right thing for me to do anymore. I just felt it was sort of a now or never time of going to university, and I just felt that it was something I should do.
But what's striking about the Greenberg story?
Living with the Amish and watching their work ethic and how everything they do, they put as much as they can into. There's no half-heartedness.
Keep going.
I think that's definitely had a direct impact on the way I view my work ethic. I'm getting up earlier. It feels nice to be up in the morning and actually have breakfast and not lunch. And I think it's going to have a really sort of positive effect on the way I approach whatever I do in the future.
I was put in a role. I was very much the woman, and we are making pies and snacks for all the men to eat, which was really, really, really difficult to deal with. There came a point when I just had to learn to just listen to other people. It's everything I knew it would be. It's disgusting, it's horrible. So even if I didn't agree with it, I could at least understand where they were coming from. And that's something I'm still trying to put into practice here. Be them Amish or be them conservative, whatever, anyone I disagree with. Their views are just as important as mine.
When I was out there, the Amish were doing all the chores. It kind of rubbed off onto me. I am washing up right now. Not very often I do this. I'd want to be a part of it because they had quite a big passion for it.
You can have this Bible. Read it every day.
Being surrounded by people who believed in God so strongly did rub off onto me.
I'm very excited for you. Very excited for you.
When I got home, I must admit I didn't continue reading the Bible, but I still do kind of pray, and it does help. Hi! Nice to meet you, Junior. Again. Yes! I found it really beautiful how they'd keep their virginity until they were married, and it just really inspired me to kind of follow that.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it. Let's do it. It's a deal. Let's do it. You know, I kind of saw how people's relationships were and how lovely they were. You don't kiss on dates. We have hands out for it.
If we ever marry or anything like that, it would be more special.
While I've been at uni, I haven't met a guy, and I haven't had sex with a guy.
Me and I talked about it, and he was kind of like, whoa. We'd had sex. You know, I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't think God would condemn me.
Does it feel like God's far away sometimes? I understand that.
Before I went to live with the Amish, you know, I was at a place where I really doubted God. You know, the fact that the Amish do have such strong faith, and you know, they really see something worth believing in. It's something that for me is very important.
I think my general perspective on a lot of things has changed.
How many bad days do you have a year?
I don't know. I would have guessed probably 10. But
they do seem to reach that kind of natural ability to be content and to be happy. They seem to reach that level a lot easier than we do.
How many bad days do you have in a year?
I'd say at least twice a week, probably.
You know, from the experience, it does seem to suggest that the simpler life is happier.
Something I've taken with me from my time with the Amish is that you need to look presentable. I thought to sort of adopt an Amish hairstyle would be a good sign of a thank you.
Don't cry, please don't. You don't cry.
Since I've been back, my work ethic for me has improved quite a lot. I went straight back to college. I enrolled Monday. I started on Tuesday. Have you got any advice for me that obviously I could take back? The dating side of what I learned from the Amish has massively changed sort of the way I used to do.
Well, I'd definitely say it's good to wait. You know, if she's meant to be your girlfriend, I'd say she'll wait for you.
Learned after the Amish to take things a lot slower. And I definitely think a lot more about the girls, their feelings a lot more. I think seeing them and their families and they're so happy that if I do have a wife, I mean, I would have to have that bond that, like the Amish have. It would be nice to settle down. And it would be nice for my children to have both parents there.
Living with the Amish has been the biggest wake-up call and the best wake-up call I could ever have.
I think I made some really amazing friendships and met some amazing people.
After sort of living with the Amish and viewing their strong sort of bonds with their family, I decided to sort of start talking to my dad again, and I got back in contact with him. It didn't happen the day I got back. It was something that I reflected on. I think hanging out with a Swartz tuber were quite a forefrontal part in the whole sort of reconnecting thing. You know, I just think that idea of how they want to see me but they can't, and I just thought maybe I should be making the most of it. It feels nice to sort of reconnect. It's been a long time. I've got a lot of catching up to do.
If living a different life appeals to you, join the New Year Revolution to try something new at channel4.com/revolution. Next tonight, the price to pay for being a very naughty boy. Ben Barnes and Colin Firth star in dark goth drama. Oscar Wilde's Dorian Gray. The Motorola Edge, a camera made for when things get shaky. A display that'll show you colors there aren't names for. And a battery that'll push past what you thought was possible.